Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, another poll is out, and I gather another series is to be coming out as of Friday, is it, in the Gleaner? Well, certainly this weekend. I don't know whether I should be saying at this point that I seem to be a rival of Pastor Finn's. But I'm in a position to say I told you so, I believe. Last night, Mr. Don Anderson was on CVM television program. This morning, he was on a number of talk shows, being interviewed about his latest poll. I haven't got all the statistics here with me. But I taped them, but I wasn't able to sort of get them out. I can do that later on. But some interesting information I heard from the polls, and I'm beginning to wonder whether the effect of this poll is not to suggest that the Jamaican people are a set of damn idiots. 58% said that things are going wrong in the country. The country is headed in a wrong direction. 58%. %46%, well, and they say that the major problems are crime, unemployment, and various ones of them speak of the condition of roads and so on. %58%, the country is going in the wrong direction. But 42% say the government is doing badly. 46% rates the government positively. They're doing either very good or good. Right? No. And of course there is a significant number that gave no opinion on these matters. I heard Mr. Anderson being questioned about this and offering the view. I think it would be good to get him on this program if we can this morning. Offering the view that the country, well, the crime rate, for example, a lot of people are very concerned about the crime rate. But, he says, they seem not to blame the government for that situation. The government isn't responsible for the levels of crime in the country. The fact that Jamaica is possibly the leading murder capital of the world. They're not blaming the government for that. I wonder who they're blaming. And they seem not to be associating the levels of crime with anything over which the government has control. So, with all the crime, with all the joblessness, with all the bad roads, etc., they seem to be heading in the direction of a fifth term for the government. Interesting. Very, very interesting. It would be lovely if we could to get Mr. Anderson, just to have him tell us something about all these contradictions. The controversy, the Gleaner has a headline this morning: AJ under fire. Members of the legal profession have come out in defense and of the judge, who seemed to have been so carelessly treated by the Ministry of Justice, in that she went to Westmoreland to preside over, to conduct the circuit court there over a 3-week period. Arrived there Sunday night, only to find that no arrangements had been made for her accommodation. And Mr. Nicholson says that she arrived at the dead of night. Well, she's saying she did no such thing. She arrived there at 9 o'clock. She arrived there at 9 o'clock and sat down waiting for about 2 hours, only to find at the end of the 2 hours the hotel was not going to accommodate her unless $85,000 was paid in advance. Well, the equivalent of 50. Oh no, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. $800. The equivalent of 54,000 Jamaican dollars. And she, of course, didn't have that money on her, and didn't, she said, have a credit card, and the ministry had not supplied her with a credit card, so she was in no position to pay that money. And then the police made arrangements for her to be accommodated at another hotel. And when she went there was a room available to her. And she asked, what about her, what's he called? Her orderly. And they told her he can sleep in the same room with, well, not they. A security guard told her this, that the orderly can sleep in the same room with her. Well, the information was, the problem was conveyed to the management, the manager of the hotel, who graciously intervened and made another room available to the orderly, you know. But for a judge of this country to be treated in that way, and up to now, I find the most significant thing is that the minister has not seen it fit to say, look here, I am sorry that this happened. I am sorry that this happened. It is almost as if he's regarding this judge with contempt. And I heard on one program last night, Drive Time Live, they called Mrs. Nancy Anderson, Jamaica Council for Human Rights, had her on the program interviewing her in this matter, and they asked her a question, an opening question, and she started expressing some concern about the behavior of the Minister of Finance in this matter. And boy, the Minister of Justice in this matter, Mr. A.J. Nicholson. And I don't think she got very much further. For the rest of the program, they were shouting at her. And she had hell getting in a word edgewise. Totally lost control, they did, of themselves. I don't know. I don't consider that. I don't consider that journalism. It was a shameful display. They seemed not to be interested in what she had to say, because what she had to say was, was not favorable to the government. But it is a shame. It is an awful shame. The Farquharson Institute have put out a statement on the matter. Again, condemning the action of the government in the matter. We're hoping to have Mr. Frank Phipps, the chairman of the Farquharson Institute, here at about 10:30. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303 Everglow or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, we're back here online. I want to go back for a moment to this issue of polls and polling. I think that, in a way, they're probably as dangerous to democracy as prophecy is, or seems to be. When people are coming out and telling you, persons, that they've had a chat with God, and God told them that He had appointed a person to be Prime Minister of Jamaica, and that, well, if God has made that appointment, that person, whatever you do or I do, is going to be Prime Minister. And therefore we could as well, I mean, if we don't want to vote for that person that God has, well, first of all, if we are repudiating the wishes of God, the desire of God, the act of God, there's something profoundly wrong there. This in itself is sinful. God has appointed so-and-so Prime Minister, and we don't want that Prime Minister? You're joking, man. Wrong. Right? And therefore, there is an element of fraud in this, you know. If people are being fooled into believing that God has made an appointment of a Prime Minister, and well, first of all, it is, as I said, wrong to oppose the will of God. But even if you oppose the will of God, it is the will of God that is going to dominate, to stand. And therefore, if you can't go along with the will of God and vote in endorsement of the will of God, then you could as well stay home. Right? And this is a very, very dangerous thing. And it seems to me, I don't know, it seems to me to be inescapable. Well, corruption? Is this corruption? Now, the poll is potentially not unlike that. They're not bringing God into it, but what a poll might tell you is that one party is so much in front, and that hasn't quite come yet, but it's on the way. It's on the way. Believe me. One party is so much, and when you look at what is being suggested here, that given the situation in the country, given the state of crime, of unemployment, of debt, of the appalling condition of public facilities, roads, hospitals, schools, whatever. Right? When you look at all of that, one might have expected that, there would be no competition. People would say, well, it's time for a change. But no, that is not what the polls are going to be suggesting. Well, already they are suggesting that the two parties are neck and neck. Right? One party has been in office for 18 years. Things are in an appalling condition, but the two parties are neck and neck. And shortly, we are going to be hearing, well, already we are hearing that Sister P is way out in front of her rival, Mr. Golding. Right? And if people who are not supporting the government for a fifth term get it into their minds that these polls are correct, then they're not going to feel that it is worthwhile for them even to come out of their houses and go down to the polling station and vote. Because the issue has already been decided and their vote is not going to make any difference. Right? And I think, as I said before, that something of the sort happened in the 2002 general elections. Right? A lot of people stayed home, did not go out to vote. There was some rain, but the question is whether what stopped them was the rain or their sense of defeat, of certain defeat. And what the hell is the point of going on and getting wet in the rain when the issue has already been decided? And as I have pointed out over and over, polls are not verifiable. We do have no means of knowing whether what we are being told by the pollster is or is not true. We have no means of knowing that. So we can be taken advantage of as a people, right? We can be fed what are supposedly poll results as scientific, and primarily as propaganda designed to, fool us up, befuddle us, and to bring about victory for some party. Right? I think that people have to be very careful of that. People have to start thinking and trying to understand what is going on around them. Okay? All right. Do we have a call? Hello? Hello.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, good morning.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes?
What's the qualification for you to be a political analyst?
Speak up, I can't hear you.
I'm asking what qualification it takes for you to be an analyst.
What qualification it takes
take for someone
to be a pollster?
Analyst.
A political analyst?
Yeah.
I don't know of any, Mom. The qualification is that you're called on talk shows and invested with the title political
You call the
analyst.
talk show, it's raining, Mr. Perkins, and I can hardly hear you.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, I said because the rain is pouring, I can hardly hear you.
Yes, well, I'm saying
Yeah.
that so far as it seems that persons are designated political analysts. Mostly they're persons who write columns in newspapers or talk on radio talk shows or whatever. And they're designated political analysts, given the title, and Why?
But people who write and talk, write news and call talk shows, can't analyze anything about, because most of the time they write about their own ideas, so they always put in their ideas.
Well, I don't know. No, maybe what you do, listen to them, right? And try to figure out whether what they're saying makes sense or not. Right?
Mr. Perkins, I was watching on CVM News last night, Mr. Claude Robinson and Mr. What's the other one name? Anyhow, Mr. Claude Robinson was there.
Yes.
And Mr. Perkins, if every question that they try to put,
some of them also are speechwriters, you know.
Are what?
Speechwriters.
Speechwriters.
Oh yes, man.
Or maybe some relative of them could be speechwriters.
No. There are some well-known columnists.
Yeah.
Well-known political analysts.
Yeah.
And new columnists.
Yeah.
Who are speechwriters.
Okay, Mr.
And they get well paid for it.
You know who I'm talking about?
Eh?
You know who I am talking about?
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Crawford.
Yes.
I think his name is Vicky Crawford.
Yes.
They were on TVM last night. And what they were saying, because I don't see in one sense, if you don't rate the government, if you rate the government performance as bad, or very bad, or real bad, from something bad, you don't want to go to the extent of very bad. You just rate it as bad, and from it's bad, it's not good.
Yes.
So I don't know what they try to say. They break down what this man that do the poll done, and they were saying that he break it down from bad and bad, that like he put very bad and bad, very bad, and he put like he balanced it out to put just the government performance was bad, so he put the bad.
And the country is going in the wrong direction.
It as like he would
but
break down the ratio from between bad and very bad and good and very good. But if who says very good? Good and very good, and bad and very bad. So why are you going to break bad from very bad?
Well, I don't know, Mom. That's a question that I would like to ask Mr. Anderson if we can get him. All right?
They don't come on your program, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I am not sure that they will, but we'll see what happens.
Please.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Malloy's Distributors. Nobody beats us. Nobody.
Malloy Distributors Limited and Lloyd Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road are having a gigantic sale on hardware and household material. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough west of the island. Today, look for mostly cloudy conditions during the afternoon, with scattered showers and thunder showers mainly across northern areas. On Friday, look for scattered showers and thunder showers mainly across southern areas during the afternoon. On Saturday and Sunday, expect more scattered showers and thunder showers during the afternoons, mainly across northern and eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Malloy's Distributors. Nobody beats us. Nobody.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica. But we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with the free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Perkins. How
Yes,
you
I'm
doing?
not hearing you very clearly. I don't know what the devil is going on.
Are you hearing me better
Yes,
now?
that's better.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Perkins. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
I am... well, good.
You're good.
Well, trying to be.
That's great.
Mr. Perkins, you know, I don't understand this whole polling stuff.
Yes?
Yeah, because, Mr. Perkins, they would be telling you, like, okay, well, the Jamaica Labour Party is looking good in this constituency, but then the Portia factor. It's
That's
like
what?
they would tell you, like, okay, the Jamaica Labour Party is looking good, it's ahead, but
Yes.
on the next breath, what they say, the Portia factor, people want to see a Portia. You understand,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins? I think, Mr. Perkins, there are a lot of people set out to deceive, and leading up to the general election, Mr. Perkins, we are going to see a lot of people, of all these polls are saying, oh, they're leading and they're doing this and they're doing that. Just
Yes,
like
I think that you will see, you'll possibly see that. But I tell you something. It is possible. It is possible for people to say that the government has performed badly, right? But we now have Portia Simpson Miller, and she promises this and that, and she looks as if she could be a good prime minister, could manage the country's affairs properly, and turn the country back onto a good path, right? Now, the question is that really the case? Are people really impressed by the performance of Mrs. Simpson Miller?
Mr. Perkins, you know the media has a lot.
Or are people saying, well, look here, she's a woman. This is the first time we have had a woman as a prime minister. So give her a chance. Let us see what she can do. But that would seem to me to be a very irresponsible approach to the business.
Exactly.
You know, because when we see what she can do, it could be disastrous, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, the intelligent thing is to look at what she has done, right?
Yeah.
And see whether that gives you any reason for hoping that she might turn out to be a good Prime Minister.
Mr. Perkins?
She hasn't, up to now, shown any such sign, in my view.
Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something. It's a missed opportunity for her. I could tell you that. Because I am on the road, I am talking to people, and it's a missed opportunity. If Mrs. Simpson Miller realized that she could have won the election when she started slipping, she would have called the election. She realized that she cannot win, and they're doing every single thing to hold on to that little bit of hope to see if they can.
Polls are good for that, you know. Polls, if polls convince people that she's the winner, then they will either swing to her or not bother to come out to vote.
Mr. Perkins, she cannot win, Bruce. She cannot win Bruce this time around.
I don't know.
Mark my word, Mr. Perkins. I'm telling you that. She cannot.
Well,
a lot of these, Mr. Perkins, the candidate that the Jamaica Labour Party has out there. Excellent.
I don't know. But if enough people are convinced, if enough people are convinced by polls that she cannot lose, then she will probably win.
Mr. Perkins, let me tell you one thing. The media has a lot to do with these election results.
Well, that is quite true. Yes.
It has a lot to do with these election results because I remember in the 2002, they were 9 points ahead. Like today, I remember I bought the Observer and I called my sister in the state and I was like, this is just ridiculous. And people didn't bother to come up because they was like, the rain is falling. Why would I even bother to go when she's 9 points ahead?
Yes.
You understand, Mr.
I
Perkins?
understand.
And I think the media, a lot of things in the media is so irresponsible. I remember I was reading... but as long as, to the degree that people recognize it, then, you know, we can overcome it. But anyway, thank you very much. Okay, Mr.
All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Phipps.
Yeah?
Mr. Frank Phipps.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Former Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions.
Don't go into my past now, Mr. Perkins. There are some things that should not be revealed to the public.
Oh, is that so? I don't know about that.
What's happening?
That particular one. Anyway, look here. Well, you tell me what's happening. The Ferguson Institute, of which you're also chairman, has put out a statement. I have it in front of me. I haven't yet had the opportunity of going through it. On this matter of the judge.
Oh, yes.
Who seemed to have been so badly treated. Not only in that there was no accommodation for her when she went down to Westmoreland, but the minister has not up to now. He has said some harsh things about her, and he has not up to now seen it fit to apologize.
Yes, it's not only a question of accommodation for the judge, Mutty. One must be sure of her comfort and security.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, to have put her up at I know the Tree House, and I gather it's a good place for spring bakers from New York, you know.
Yes.
But then when you put a judge there at 12 o'clock at night, the security guard put her in there and the orders to share the room with her. What security does she have?
Absolutely.
You know?
Yes.
It is frightening to know that a judge can be exposed to that. And then the reaction of the minister. You following me?
Yes.
He is free to speak, but he doesn't allow the judge to speak. He's criticizing the judge for to have spoken.
Yes.
Now, this is a dangerous trend that might affect the whole question of the separation of powers between the executive and judiciary. That a minister of government is going to castigate a judge for speaking publicly on a matter that affects her and the administration of justice. That is a dangerous trend. You know? and it must be stopped immediately.
And not only that, there's an issue of the accuracy of his castigation.
Oh, you mean the things that he said about
the things that he said that, seem not to be true.
I recently went to the Reformation, what did they call it? Reforming the Justice System.
Yes.
Sponsored by the Ministry of Justice.
That is the pubic conference.
Well, that's the type of service you're probably getting. That's the service you're getting. But the point I wish to make is that I congratulated the Chief Justice, and I wish to do so again openly.
Yes.
For the speech he made.
Uh-huh.
He says when you have deficiency in the system, the administration of justice, don't blame the judges. Blame those who are responsible for providing the resources to the judges.
Yes.
And he used the very graphic expression, put your money where your mouth is, he said. Now, in the light of that statement, I am sure that he would speak very strongly to the ministry and say, what is this you're doing to my judges?
Yes.
Allowing them to be exposed to this type of embarrassment. And to add insult to injury. You're castigating my judge for speaking out about it. He must stand up for them.
But she had an obligation to warn the lawyers and others who were there in the court that
all is not well,
and that they may find that what they're expecting to happen does not happen.
Precisely. If a juror attending court was to say, look, I had a terrible experience last night. I cannot properly concentrate on the facts before me, not knowing where I'm going to sleep tonight, having been exposed to embarrassment last night. Everybody will say, well, you're excused.
Yes.
And therefore, if a judge brings this to the attention of the public, a lawyer or a client might say, look, Judge, I don't think I'd like you to try my case today.
Yes.
Until matters are settled.
Yes.
There's no secrecy in the administration of justice, Things must be brought out into the open. There must be transparency.
And the public has a right to know.
It is not only of some importance.
But it is of fundamental importance.
Yes.
Yes.
So she could have had this thing boiling up in her chest. And administering justice and people, it may miscarry.
Yes.
And people will never know why. We must be sure.
But the other question that the public has a right to know, Mr. Phipps, the answer to, is how did this thing come to have happened?
Well, I gather that particular hotel is owed a lot of money by the Ministry of Security.
Yes.
Now, the Minister of Justice might very well say, we don't owe any. But the hotelier might say, well, look, I don't know the difference between the ministry. The government owes me money. But what is of significance is they allow the prosecutor and the court reporter's accommodation, and the judge is not taken care of. It looks almost as if you're discriminating against this particular individual. It's not an unreasonable inference, is it?
No, I should not have...
I would have thought you'd look about the judge first.
Yes.
But then the matter goes a little further, I gather, that the judges are now expected, come weekend, to vacate the accommodation.
To vacate? Oh?
In other words, if you're in circuit in Lucy
for
or
3 weeks.
Savlamar, you have to pack your bag Friday morning before you go to court because checkout time is 12 o'clock now.
Yes.
You have to pack your bag and keep it in the trunk of your car and go to
Kingston
court.
or wherever.
And then drive into Kingston. And then drive back out on Sunday. This is what I am told. And I hope it is not true.
No, sir, that can't be true. Hold on just a moment for me.
Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality laundry products such as Trill Laundry Detergent and Fabric Softener, PAL All-Purpose Cleaner, and PAL Dishwashing Liquid. Products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough west of the island. Today, look for mostly cloudy conditions during the afternoon with scattered showers and thunder showers mainly across northern areas. On Friday, look for scattered showers and thunder showers mainly across southern areas during the afternoon. On Saturday and Sunday, expect more scattered showers and thunder showers during the afternoons, mainly across northern and eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Oliver.
Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I got Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The steakhouse and bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back, sir.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No, I was saying I heard that this question of coming back to Kingston for weekends
Yes.
is a further burden on the judges, eh?
Oh, my
It
God.
cannot be right, it cannot be fair, you know? And for the minister to speak as he did, denying the judge the right to comment on her discomfort.
Uh-huh.
You know, it is an embarrassment to the entire government.
It would seem so to me.
You know, maybe as advisor to the People's National Party, nothing is wrong with that.
Uh-huh.
But as a Minister of Justice, you must do better than that. You know, Hugh Small also presented a paper at that summit conference the other day.
Yes.
In which he made the point, as I understood him, that for the proper reform of the administration of justice, you need a cultural shift in our attitude to justice. In our attitude to justice.
To justice.
Yes, you need
Absolutely.
a cultural shift.
Yes.
In our attitude.
Yes.
And it must start with the ministry, Minister
Yes.
of Justice. You can't expose judges to that type of thing.
Yes.
And when they say something, you almost tell them to shut up. You remember somebody else shut your damn mouth or something?
Yes, indeed.
You can't do that. I mean, what next are you going to tell a judge what he's not to say?
But that is an exhibition of disrespect for the judiciary.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
At the high level of government.
Yes. And you know, Mutty, you know what is really due? An apology to the judge.
I think so.
You know?
And that was due from the very beginning, sir.
And thanks
I mean,
to the
when
people
you allow her,
thanks to the people who accommodated her overnight.
yes,
But it seemed to have been inappropriate accommodation
Yes.
because there's no guarantee of security.
yes,
Yeah. And asking her to have orderly, suggesting that her orderly can stay with her in the same room.
but yes, what a piece of insolence.
Goodness gracious.
For a
I pardon the security guard who made this suggestion. He would know better.
yes,
And I thank the management of the hotel for taking remedial action.
and this is after she had been sitting down for 2 hours.
And all she gets by
Waiting
way of
for-
compensation is to be castigated for having spoken about it.
Yes.
Come on. Suppose she had kept it quiet. The rest of the public would never know how judges are being treated.
But, sir, I think that the minister needs to be, and not just the minister, you know. The minister should have apologized to the judge for his ministry having allowed her to go through that ordeal.
Yes.
Right?
And
but
give some
then now-
assurance that it will not happen again.
Yes. And then now, what has happened to the Prime Minister? Where is she in all this?
I suppose she's getting a report on it. She must be getting a report. She must have called him up and say, Minister, what is this all about? You're causing embarrassment to my government by doing something like this.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. It should seem to me so that...
Give him a piece of paper on which to write something.
Yes, it seems to me that in a case like this, an apology should have been forthcoming at the very beginning. And if the minister did not do it, the Prime Minister, it would seem to me, has a responsibility to ensure that something happens.
Yes.
Right?
Let's hope that things will change.
Eh?
We need a change, in our attitude to justice. There's no point asking the man in the ghetto to behave in a proper manner.
Yes.
When those on top are exhibiting otherwise.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mutty.
All right, sir.
Because
Thank
the
you very much.
Parkinson Institute looked into it and issued a statement about
I have the statement here with me. I haven't been able to go through it yet.
All right, take care. Have a good day.
All right, thank you very much. Same to you. Okay, hello?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. President.
Hello?
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah.
Boy, you sound as if... Where are you?
Well, I'm at home.
I was thinking that you were somewhere in the Philippines or somewhere there.
Why?
Eh?
Why?
Because I can hardly hear you.
Oh, the phone seems to be malfunctioning.
Eh?
The phone seems to be malfunctioning.
Yes, there's something... I wonder if I can get it turned up a bit.
Oh, well, see if I can do that.
I'm told that your line is the problem.
It seems to be so. I'll have to have
Eh?
I'll have to have cable and wireless come and check it out.
Yes, well, I don't know.
So what is really functioning properly in Jamaica today?
Well, when you find out, tell me, no?
Because last week I got a power cut for 12 and a half hours.
12 and a half hours?
Yeah, man. And Mr. Pickersgill did say power cut will be behind us as of August 2002. And you remember patrol free by 2000?
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Yes, Jamaica will be but there are no potholes in Jamaica again, sir.
Why,
there are trenches in the road. And
trenches?
Trenches and swimming pools.
Yeah, man. And from 1997, we were supposed to have a new prison.
Yes.
And free education in 2005.
Yes.
And every household in Jamaica would have running water by 2005.
Yes.
And Mrs. Simpson Miller was a part of the government when those pronouncements were made.
Well, the people of Jamaica appear to like it, sir, because the polls are beginning to suggest that, they're going for the fifth term.
Yeah, because the polls that say crime is the number one problem, but the people are not really putting the blame on the government.
No.
Huh?
No, the government has no responsibility there.
And the same thing with unemployment. And the popularity of the Prime Minister will prevail.
Yes.
So it's like a teacher beating you when you're not culpable, and you say to the teacher, say, give me more beating, I love you dearly. Eh?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, Jamaican people better wake up from their slumber.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, sir. People have a right to decide on whatever basis they want to decide.
But you see, some of these could stem from the message that the PNP put to the people.
I'm not hearing that.
Because they are telling some of them that nobody can make it any better.
Uh-huh.
And many people grab onto that hook, line, and sinker.
Well.
But Mr. Adams would say Jamaicans shall pay dearly. And they are really paying dearly for their folly.
Yes, indeed.
Because right now, Mr. Perkins, you notice that the dollar has reached record levels?
The dollar?
Yeah, man.
No, I don't think so.
To one.
Eh?
$68.18 to one.
68.18?
Yeah.
Didn't we briefly touch 70?
Nah, man.
At one time?
When it reached 60, 10 last week, I heard on our media that...
No, we're not talking about last week. I'm talking about some years ago.
Nah, man, you know, reach higher than that, man.
No?
Last week I heard on the media that at $68.10 to one, it was the highest in our history.
Oh?
And that has happened under the great lady's leadership.
I was under the impression, I seem to recall, that some years ago there was a period when it started going up like this. And that it actually touched 70 before it came back down.
Nah, man, it never touched 70, man. The media would have some information pertaining to
I don't know. I think it did. Yes.
But during the last week, I saw some inflation figures.
So what?
Inflation figures.
Uh-huh.
And the people are discussing...
Oh, inflation figures?
Because between 1991 and 1993, inflation was 80% one year and 70.1% the following year.
Inflation?
Yeah, man.
1990. Oh,
between 91 and 93.
Yes.
It was 80% one
could
year
have been,
and
could have been.
70.1% the following year.
Yes, uh-huh.
And that leak by Mr. Davis has put the majority of the poor people of this country in a position that they will never recover.
Well.
So with all of what you're hearing, the majority of the people of this country are worse off economically than they were in 1989.
Uh-huh.
But you have a whole heap of propaganda in the media. But that is not going to help them because no matter what they do, the GLP is going to give them a beating in this election.
PNP is going to give them a beating?
Yeah, man. The GLP is going to give them a beating. They cannot get away.
All right, sir. That's your view. Thank you very much. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning, sir.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
My name is Pernell.
Pernell Brown?
Pernell Charles. Black on Pernell Charles.
Oh, Pernell Charles?
Yes.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Charles?
I am feeling well. I'm feeling well. Very, very well.
Uh-huh.
I called you the other day. Sought your assistance from someone who was trying to deprive the people of Blackwoods, Deptford, Crawl, Iron Gate and surrounding districts of water that it took me almost 3 years to get to them.
Uh-huh.
That they had stolen the pipes 24 hours before they were connected.
Yes.
We took to the streets, we took to the churches, we took to the funeral, and I must confess and I must say thanks to you and your radio station. We have found the pipes, we have collected them, and they are back in our possession. We are going to be connecting them in another 2 or 3 days.
Where were they?
They were in a premises, Mr. Perkins. I don't want to speculate.
Private premises?
They were not in a yard. They were either hidden to prevent me from finishing the project, or they were hidden to be sold at a later date. I do not wish to take the investigation other than discovering and returning the pipes to have them connected. Because there are all sorts of speculations and there are all sorts of things that I can conclude.
Yes.
One is that the people have never had water for many years, and I promised them, and I probably made a mistake by saying, I promise you I will not seek your assistance to vote for me again unless I get water for you. And somebody heard that and seemed to have been on the ball to prevent that happening. But if election is not called before the date sometime in the 3rd week of July, as it is scheduled now.
Scheduled for the what?
Sometime in about the 3rd week of July.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, well, from my point of view, I am reading them at a prophet. I'm a social scientist, and I expect that there'll be major going arounds on about the 1st and 2nd week of June. I expect that on or about by the end of June, the elections will be announced. And on or about the 3rd week of July, we'll have a new government. Other people like yourself you're a journalist of class, you can read other things. But from my point of view, underground, that's where I'm going. So I have my water in my pipes, both not only from Mount Providence, Alexandria and other places, but hopefully for Bedford Crawl and Blackwoods down to Iron Gate as it was planned. I really want to thank you. People from all over the world call me wishing that I would find the pipes to give the people the water. I noticed that Mutty Perkins is live in England, live in America. My daughter called me from America and said she think I was crying. I wasn't crying, darling. I just wanted to get the water to people as I had promised.
Oh, Lord. Well, that's very good. I'm glad to hear that. But, Mr. Charles.
Yes, sir.
The polls are beginning to come out.
Yes.
First of all, the Labour Party has never been better than neck and neck in all the polls. But we are now hearing, and have been for a little while, that Sister P, although she has lost a great deal of her popularity since last year, or has been losing, that she's well ahead of Mr. Golding. That downward trend in her popularity has seems to have ended, according to the pollsters. And she's well ahead of Mr. Golding. And people might well vote not for candidates, but for a prime minister, you know, in which event...
Well, let's step back a little. Mr. Patterson, it is alleged, and it was published, I should say, said that the People's National Party couldn't win the next election. P.J. Patterson couldn't win the next election. Neither Powell nor Phillips could win the next election. Portia can win the next election.
You mean when he said that she was the only hope?
Well, let me say, Mr. Perkins, it is not Mr. Golding that is going to win this election by himself. It's all of us. Samuda, Charles, Shaw, all of us. We have a united team. We can say to Jamaica with pride, as we couldn't say 15 years ago, that we have a solid Jamaica Labour Party team. Not a one person, no one man can run this country. Right? We have a solid team of experience and youth joined together, young men and older men. Men who are going to wipe the slate clean of this corruption and that is taking place. Remove crime as best as we can, back to some livable standard. Fix the roads. Do something about what is happening in the country. Employment for youth, and get some investment. Bring some security to the country so that people can come and invest. That's what we are talking about. If this country wants to vote for one person because they're popular, you know, they can go ahead, but popularity, as Buster said, can't eat. What we want is a government that will govern the country and will bring credit to the people, so that the young people who are in my own constituency sitting on the wall now will find jobs and there will be a new hope. Mr. Perkins, it's now or never. If it is not now, it may be never. I guarantee you the Jamaica Labour Party will be government, not Golding, not Charles. A team of experts, experience and youth will give this country the best government they'll be having. Can you imagine the PNP in power for 25 years, quarter century, Mr. Perkins?
Well,
without any growth, any major growth in the economy, any major investment, any major employment for young people, any roads for the farmers and the people to use?
Well, as I say, it is being suggested so that the people are not really concerned about those things. Or
But
anyway,
people don't tell you that, Mr. Perkins.
they seem not to be blaming
Yes.
the government for the absence of those things.
Well, Mr. Perkins,
I don't know who they're blaming, but maybe the
that
opposition.
might be right. If you want to blame me for what is happening in your yard, go ahead. As far as I'm concerned, we are giving the people of Jamaica the best chance they have had in almost 20 years to get a decent, respectable government to move forward. Every one of you listening to me know in your heart I am right. The country wants a government that brings respect to the country, that can wipe out this
You are saying that,
family business and corruption.
You are saying that, but the pollsters seem to be saying something different.
Mr. Perkins, the pollsters say a whole heap of thing, you know. The pollsters say that Compton couldn't win. The pollsters say all kind of things. I will tell you, the pollsters must come out every day. I have a man in my constituency who went to a meeting and tell the police that him can't go to 3 areas because the people have all kind of things they're waiting for him. So you ask the police to deal with the people. I've never
Let me ask you something. You don't think that the polls had a decisive impact on the outcome of the 2002 election?
Well, if you ask me if I think that the poll can influence people, I will tell you yes.
Do you think they did influence people in 2002?
I am not sure. I'm not sure whether what happened in 2002 would have been the poll. But I know that some polls are taken. I don't know whether they were taken, but they were published. some things were published called polls that could have influenced people to say, look here, man, it look like it's so it going, I could go on with them.
Yes, well...
Well, a whole heap of PNP tells me...
But a whole lot of people didn't even bother to come out to vote.
Huh?
A whole lot of people didn't even bother to come out to vote.
But that is the trick. But we have learned that and we will make the presentation to the people. Every vote count, every constituency count. Mr. Golden must run in his constituency and win. Charles is winning in his. Shaw is winning. Robertson winning. Spencer winning. Portia's winning. Let me go to the place. I can tell you 6 of the PNPs.
But Mr. Charles,
yes.
How is that going to happen if God has determined it otherwise?
Well, you know, there are only for gods around the place, you know. But there's a real true God. A man asked me last night if you think his God make me find the pipe. I said, God said I must go and work. And as long as I work, right, I will be successful. So my God told me, if you want to sit down in your yard and believe I go and vote for you, you go on. If the people of Jamaica tells me that all they want in this country as a future is Miss Portia Simpson, then I would have to consider whether I'm a part of this country. If you tells me that one woman can run all the constituency, if you tells me that the economy don't matter, the bad roads don't matter, the hospitals don't matter, the water don't matter, the corruption don't matter, the murder don't matter, the crime don't matter, all that is matter is a woman, then we need to find which country we're in. I'm telling you, Mr. Perkins, it matters in my constituency.
So you have applied for a visa, sir?
Me? Mr. Perkins, I lived in America for quite some time. And I walk into the American embassy, I hope they are listening, and I said to them, thank you very much. I lived there for 5 years as a permanent resident. Here is my card. I no longer require a card because I'm no longer a resident of the American. When I walk out, a man said to me, boss, what you just give me is what I beg, you know. So I don't have any visa to go anywhere. I'm serving as a member of parliament for North Central Clarendon. And even some labor rights are complaining that they think under PNP I should do more.
I see.
They don't understand that the PNP is not making me look good. They're not helping me. There's a road in my constituency that joins my constituency to another constituency. It has potholes from my side to his side. And if you drive on that road, as you reach the end of my constituency, the pothole finish. In his constituency, all the potholes have been fixed. All the roads have been paved. The people are seeing it. Those days when you hear some man a come, and therefore, as him come, him win. Miss Sims was in my constituency last week. Right? And all she talk about is the man who cut off the man them red shirt. Now I can't stop man from cut off man red shirt. All I tell you, don't cut off no red shirt on my instruction. You have no such instruction. And don't cut off no red shirt in my support. But, you know, that is her problem.
All right, sir.
Okay, take care.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, we take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
Beautify your place with home and things. Liven up your space with home and things. Tiles, baths, and pretty things. That's where we specialize. Home and things. Beautiful accessories to thrill your eyes.
Home and Things, a wonderland of beautiful things for the home at rock bottom prices. So, for a home that really sings,
Home and Things.
Beautiful things, beautiful prices.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, May 20, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. in the following areas of St. Mary, Trinity and Lanromney. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good
Perkins?
morning, sir.
Yes, my name is Henry Schaefer, and my name is Henry Schaefer.
Your name is?
Henry Schaefer.
Henry Caver.
Schaefer, S-H-A-F-F-E-R.
Oh, Schaefer.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm an American.
Uh-huh.
I have a mission in South Manchester.
You have a what?
Mission. Do we have a bad reception here?
When you speak up, I hear you better.
Okay, I'll speak up as loud as I can.
Yes.
I'm assuming that's better.
Uh-huh.
We have a mission in South Manchester. We've been there since before Gilbert.
Yes.
And we're in the...
That's way back in 1988.
Yes, I've been coming to Jamaica since '87.
I see.
And we're in the small community of Harmons. That's one of the villages that are being mined out by the bauxite company.
Yes.
In fact, last week I sent you an email explaining a little bit of what was going on in the community, and I'm just following this up with a phone call just to make people in Jamaica aware of what it's like to be living in a community that's being devastated by the bauxite mining operation.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I want to compliment you. Like I said, I've been on the island since, or visiting the island since '88, and I've heard you many times on the radio, and I just want to give you a lot of respect because I love your passion that you have, especially when you, with your long memory and your longevity, can remember all the promises and commitments that people made in the past, and then hold those people with power and influence on task. But also, I respect you for also being a voice for people who have no power and have no influence and have been reduced to having no voice at all. You speak for them also, and that's the people that I'm speaking for right now. The people in this little community. And maybe a little bit of background might give you a better idea of what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Is that okay? Like I said, I'm an American. Education, I have a degree in special education. I taught school for 5 years, special need children, mentally retarded children.
You're a teacher?
By training, yes. Then I started a construction company, and I built residential houses. And one of my goals in life was to take each one of my 3 sons to a third world culture to experience what it's like to see a culture from comparison between their culture and the first world and the third world culture, so that they can have a good way of developing a value system when they were growing up. And that's how I ended up in Jamaica in 1987. I joined up with an all-black group from Atlanta, and we ended up helping build a clinic in Belfield, that's near Williamsfield.
Yes.
And shortly after, Gilbert hit. You remember Gilbert, I'm sure.
I do, yes.
Most people in the world separate time by before Christ and after Christ, and Jamaica separate time before Gilbert and after Gilbert. So
yes.
And so
well, I happen to have been living down that part of the country during Gilbert, at the time of Gilbert.
So anyways, the same group came down to do hurricane relief, and at that time I was able to bring my whole family down. And we did hurricane relief, and then that's the first time I visited this little village of Harmons. It was like an island within an island. It's about 7 miles from the main road, from Porus or from Tollgate, and you had to drive on a road with in the back of a big dump truck, something that had the large tires, because the roads were so bad, and it took you 45 minutes to go 7 miles on this road.
Yes.
Once you were in the village, nobody had a car. Very few people had electricity. Very few children went beyond the all-age school. Very few people went to high school. But yet there's a quality of life of those people that is very impactful.
Oh, God.
And so anyways, I kept on coming down with groups for the next couple years, and with an organization that was building churches and building schools and building craft centers and building clinics. And I got a little bit disinterested, or I feel that wasn't the best approach, because what they would do is they would build a clinic and then turn it over to the people and go somewhere else and build another clinic. And it didn't make sense to me to have a clinic without a nurse or a medicine.
Yes.
So I remember the time I was just riding on a motorcycle down on the main roads in Jamaica, and the idea came to my mind, just why don't you invest your time and effort into just one little area and see if you can make a difference over a long period of time. And so that's what we did, and Harmons happened to be the place. And I started to bring my family down, and we tried to make a difference, and then other people wanted to come along with us. So one year we brought a group of 15 high school kids. They would be like from 15 to 17 years old, and a lady doctor with us. And we slept on the clinic floor in Harmons. They cooked for us outside. We took showers when it rained. Very limited bathroom facilities, but I discovered something, that we were helping the Jamaicans people, but also the Americans were being helped at the same time.
Uh-huh.
And what happened was we were doing a clinic with this doctor, and she taught 3 of the high school kids how to do blood pressures and take temperatures, basic records, to help her process all these people coming through. And all 3 of those kids are doctors today because of that. And so we're making an effort to use the Americans coming down to kind of break the cycle of poverty that a lot of the Jamaicans are experiencing in that community. But at the same time, the Jamaicans were helping to break that cycle of materialism that is prevalent in our society. And so we kept on coming down, and then next year we brought another high school group, and then the next year we had a high school and a college group, and then the following year we had 3 groups that came down, and then 5 and 7, 11 and 15 and 25, and so from that point of the first 15 kids, we brought about 7,000 people down, and we'll be bringing 700 people down this year.
Uh-huh.
from all over. This year they're coming from all over the United States, 25 different states, about 30 different groups. And we help people with whatever their greatest needs are. Now, we are a Christian group. I mean, that's our premise, but we're not affiliated with any church. I'm not a pastor. We're not the kind of organization that goes around saying turn or burn or anything like that. We believe that whenever you help people with whatever their greatest needs are, and you do it because you're demonstrating love towards them, then they come to you and say, hey, what's this all about?
You're going to tell us about the bauxite environment, the impact upon the environment.
Yeah, right. So over the years, we built houses for people. We built about 300 houses and give them to people. We bring medical teams, and so we've been in this community ever since. And since that time, and are living life with these people. And the very first time I showed up in the village is they were drilling core samples for the bauxite. And so I see firsthand how a culture, how a lifestyle, and how poverty is being accelerated in this community because of the mining.
Poverty being accelerated.
Yeah. Let me give you an example. When I first came to the community, we had this complex that we were living in, and every morning, starting about 5 o'clock, all the little farmers with 5 or 6 cows and half a dozen goats would herd their cows to what they call the bush.
Yes.
And they all had little areas there. They would make a little catch basin to catch water. They would plant some callaloo and some tomatoes and tie their goats and their cows out and then bring them back or shelter them in that particular location. Well, whenever they started mining there, the haul road, the road that they used to haul the bauxite, devastated that whole bush area. It doesn't exist anymore.
You mean the dust?
No, the vegetation.
Oh, you mean the digging up?
Yeah, all the bush,
the
all
mining.
the grass. The mining, right.
Yeah.
The haul road.
Yeah.
The road that takes the trucks back and forth to the mines. And consequently now, in the whole community, there were hundreds of cows and dozens of these farmers. And I can't find 2 cows in the community right now because there's no plot of land large enough that has grass and vegetation large enough to take care of a cow.
Yes.
So all these little farmers have lost their living. And they're not young men, they're 50, 60, 70-year-old men. And
yes. Hold on just a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough west of the island. Today, look for mostly cloudy conditions during the afternoon with scattered showers and thunder showers mainly across northern areas. On Friday, look for scattered showers and thunder showers mainly across southern areas during the afternoon. On Saturday and Sunday, expect more scattered showers and thunder showers during the afternoons, mainly across northern and eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Well, the way the operation works in our community, it's a joint venture between the government and, in our case, it's Elport. I'm not sure if it's with same situation with all bauxite companies, but basically that means that they're 50-50. And the bauxite company is responsible for the mining and acquiring the land and the reclamation, and the government's responsible for making the rules and regulations and make sure that they're enforced. And at the end of the game, they take what it costs to mine and take out all the expenses, and the profits at the end, they divide 50-50. And so, in my opinion, people immediately attack the bauxite company. They're bad and they're doing terrible things and those kinds of things. But they're only doing what the government allows them to do.
You are absolutely right on that.
Correct. And they're the visible part. You know, they're the easy ones to attack. But in most situations, the things that they promise, they fulfill, or they attempt to fulfill.
Yes.
Now, there's all kinds of distractions which cause a lot of problems in the community, like noise and dust. And dust is a severe problem in our community right now. But again, if the government was a little more proactive, those things could be remedied.
If the government was concerned about the welfare of the people, then it would demand of the bauxite companies that they do something about that.
Exactly. Well,
and that is not, it's not only the bauxite companies that are getting away with you know, things that are clearly not in the interest of the people. And other companies, the public service company, other companies, get away with things that are injurious to the public interest because the government isn't concerned about it.
Well, let me give you an example. Where I come from in Pennsylvania, our family had 200 acres of land, and under part of the land that wasn't tillable, we had coal, bituminous coal. They generally used to burn for electric production.
Yes.
And so it's the same kind of operation, the same kind of pit mining. And they leased our property and took the bituminous coal out, and we were compensated, and they reclaimed the land back, and you would not be able to tell now that land was ever mined.
Oh, is that so?
Also, under our land, we had natural gas, and so they drilled 2 wells down for natural gas.
Uh-huh.
In our society, and I think probably in most countries in the world, you're compensated by first of all, the landowners own the mineral rights. In Jamaica, the government owns all the minerals.
Yes.
And so consequently, these companies want those gas and they want the coal, and so they're willing to pay for it.
Uh-huh.
And so they give you a percentage of whatever the coal is or whatever the gas is.
Yes.
I think like in the gas, it's like 20% of the value. And
oh, is that so?
People can get rich because if they have a good gas well on their property.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to a gentleman this morning, and I just asked him, when did they start coming and purchasing land here in your community in Harmons for bauxite? He said it was about in the late 60s, early 70s. And a gentleman came in and said that they wanted to buy land. There may be bauxite on there. They don't know. If there is, someday down the road, they will take the land. But you can live on the land until that day happens, but there may not be bauxite under it.
Uh-huh.
And they were giving one price for all the land, and it was £6.
6 pounds?
So, 6 pounds. That was back whenever
6 pounds what? Per acre?
No, per acre.
Uh-huh.
6 pounds per acre.
Uh-huh.
And so, a lot of the people, that was more money than they had ever seen in their life, so they took the deal.
Uh-huh.
And those people their generations who followed, they got displaced from their land without any compensation at all.
Yes.
They did not have to compensate them anyway. They did not have to relocate them because that was their land outright. Evidently later on they changed the rules where you were to be replaced and resettled and those kinds of things. But this is where people lost everything.
Yes.
And so they probably had thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of in money, I mean pounds, of bauxite underneath their property.
Yes.
But they were only given 6 because they didn't know any better.
Yes.
And
there was nobody there to defend them.
No representation, promises, and
yes.
And now it wasn't this particular bauxite company. They acquired the land off another one.
Uh-huh.
But we're still going to be in the community after the bauxite mining is gone. They'll probably be out of our area in about a year or so and going somewhere else.
Yes.
And basically, Jamaica has the same laws that Australia does, in that when you do bauxite mining in Australia, first of all, they go in and they delineate all the natural vegetation, trees. They even go down to insects and worms in the ground.
Yes.
You have the same laws in Jamaica for that. Then they, in Australia, they actually capture all the wild animals. And they zoo them, keep them in a zoo until a time when they can be relocated back on the original.
Yes.
They mine the property, and then they have to reclaim the land back to better than original condition, which is the same laws in Jamaica.
Yes.
And in Jamaica, I think you have to have between 7 and 15 inches of topsoil on top of the land. It needs to be replanted back. It has to be both farmable and tillable when it's done.
Except that the law is not necessarily enforced there.
That's the problem, I feel. It's just there's a major conflict of interest.
Yes.
Whenever money is acquired between partners,
uh-huh.
that money is planned for and budgeted and probably already spent. So every 50 cents out of every dollar comes out of your pocket to reclaim the land back or to compensate people or whatever it may be. And so, the bauxite company is only going to do what the government says, and, if it's a wink or whatever, then so be it. So, unfortunately, the people in the community are marginalized to the point and have no power and have no say-so, are losing their beautiful village, which it is. I saw a satellite picture of the community. You can view down from a satellite and see, you can see license plates on cars.
Yes.
So, and in our community, I would best describe it. It would look like a watermelon, a beautiful watermelon that has a red slice taken out of it. That's what it looks like from God's point of view.
Yes.
Okay. And they started the haul road back in 2001, and if you go down into those areas, they're exactly the way they were when they were bulldozed out. Red dirt, very little vegetation. They haven't been replanted. Whenever the heavy rains fall, which we had two of the heaviest rainfalls between 2001 and last year in a century, and all that topsoil and that runs into the Milk River, which turns red, not white like milk, red like blood.
Yes.
And then there's no way of holding that water back, or nothing holding the water back, so then it destroys the road, and you get big gullies, and you get big holes in the road, and they try to fill them up with mull, and that doesn't work, and then the people in the community have to suffer because of that. So, I'm trying to be a voice for the people, or an advocate.
Yes.
And trying to help them out, and to just to make people aware of what's going on in our community. One of the real things is it's a culture. Our community has the same history as the island of Jamaica. Whenever the English brought the slaves and dropped them off on their way to North America, and they became people who worked the sugar cane fields, and some of them escaped and became maroons and came back and made life so miserable eventually for the English that they had to give the Jamaicans their freedom almost 100 years before they received their freedom in the United States. Because they believed in the right of freedom, and they were willing to put their lives on the line to get that. In our community was the same thing. There was original sugar fields and that down the whole valley down through Clarendon and all the way to Spanish Town, and people escaped and settled in our area, especially in an area called Green Pond.
Yes.
And that history and that life and that culture is also being destroyed too.
Yes.
Fortunately, the bauxite company wanted to buy out everybody in the community, and our people resisted. So many people didn't sell out their property because they liked their little community, and being enticed by thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of jay was not enough for them to move. But there was so much common land, and there's so much land that was bought out prior to the actual mining.
Yes.
That's what we look out our back door.
Well, it was lovely hearing from you. Okay? And I hope that we can talk some more about this again sometime.
Love to.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45. J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. How are you? This is Constable Blake from Portmore. I was listening to Colonel Charles earlier on.
Yes.
And I totally agree with him. Because let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. I have two things that is bothering me for well over some time now. The greatest Portmore sewage treatment plant, which is in a terrible state. And when you speak, when I listen to Mr. Golden speak, I respect that man because he told us, don't only vote for me for a change, but vote for a change as it should be. Because governance is what we want, Mr. Perkins. The people of 2 East, 2 West. Mr. Perkins, when you go over there, a lady called me the other day and said, come and look at it if you don't believe me. Come and look at it and to see the problem, the extent of the problem, Mr. Perkins. I don't know how the people over there survive. And when you look in close proximity to how many doctors' offices over there, you will know the extent of the problem. Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something. The major drain, the huge drain, this effluent is coming up right through. The ponds over there are filled with sludge, and Water Commission is not doing anything about it.
All right,
Mr. Perkins, I am calling on Water Commission because when I got up some time ago to speak in council and to say let us sue the Water Commission for this problem, they said no. Right? They said no because it's government to government. I want to see something done about Water Commission. Mr. Perkins, Waterford is an issue. Waterford is a problem that we have. And the Prime Minister coming over South and South Central today. I want her to look at these problems.
Okay. Well, I hope she will. Thank you very much. Look here now. We tried to get in touch with Mr. Don Anderson to ask him to be on this program in connection with his poll that he did, about which he was talking last night and this morning. And he wasn't able to come. He said, well, we are told he wasn't able to come. He was attending a meeting. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Election time now.
Yes.
I have a lot to say, but I believe time won't allow me.
Yes, well, you better get on with it as quickly as you can.
Mr. Charles.
Yes.
When he got those pipes, did he come on your program and announce that he had the pipes?
No, sir.
Okay.
Why?
Election time now. And now he says that they stole the pipe to keep him back.
Uh-huh.
When he lost the pipes,
Uh-huh.
he said that it could have been done to keep him back.
Yes.
Good. So therefore, I am being cynical, knowing Mr. Charles. No, Mr. Charles could have the pipes removed and said they are being stolen.
You know that.
I said I believe it could be. This is election.
Do you have evidence of that?
Do you have evidence that they were stolen?
No, but if...
All right.
No.
All right.
Hold on just a moment.
It's a suggestion.
I have evidence. Mr. Charles, hold on just a moment. Mr. Charles says that they were stolen and that they were found in premises, right? No, that is Mr. Charles's testimony on the matter.
They arrested
No,
people.
he was there. You were not.
I said, Mr. Perkins.
But you're just...
As they arrested the people who the pipes are being found with.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Have they arrested the people where the pipe is being found?
I don't know whether they found any people there. Right?
He found the pipes.
He found the pipes. And he has taken back the pipes.
Said that the pipes removed.
Anyway, look
could
here.
have been people removing the pipes.
Yes.
At night, and nobody see when those pipes are removed. I am saying Mr. Paul did it to bring it to public attention.
You are
say that he
are being
was
irresponsible.
helping the people.
Yes.
When it's propaganda.
Yes, but what are you doing? Why are you saying this now? Why are you jumping to this conclusion? Because you think it will benefit your party, right?
For political purposes.
But you are doing this for political purposes.
Of course, why
and
not?
Therefore
why not? Why not? Knowing Mr. Charles, I know I will do anything.
Hold on a little bit. You are exemplifying that statement made by the chairman of your party.
Yes, man.
That you will do anything.
That
you will do anything.
There are crooks in the Jamaica
you
Labour
will do
Party.
anything.
Because we can prove that people in the Jamaica Labour Party have gone to prison.
Oh, is that so?
For stealing.
Uh-huh.
So we know there are crooks in there.
Yes, I tell you something. I wonder whether there are not some other people elsewhere.
There are crooks everywhere.
There are crooks everywhere.
Everywhere.
I follow you.
Some are clever and some is not that clever.
Uh-huh.
But no crime is perfect.
I see.
There's always be loopholes there.
So you think that if the Labour Party were to come to office...
Oh, yes, they can find a lot of crooks.
They should set up an inquiry.
Of course, why not?
Uh-huh.
As they did. But I'm sorry
and have a forensic audit done.
Why not?
Look here. Do you agree then with Mr. Aldershaw that a forensic audit should be done?
I will speak up, man, and give the man to check that what him did.
No. Did you? What evidence do you have of
But he
that?
went to court and lost his case. What him did?
No. Did you? What evidence do you have of
But he
that?
went to court and lost his case
Did he went to court and lose?
and lose his case.
Oh. Did he?
I asked you a
Hold on a
question.
minute.
He gave,
Hold on a
he
moment.
gave the-
Did you see a check bearing the signature of Mr. Shaw? You saw it?
I saw it. It was in the paper, and he went to court.
Mr. Shaw's.
Went to court, Perkins.
Hold on a minute. Mr. Shaw's signature was on it.
He lost his case. Of course he did.
I'm asking
and he
you.
lost his case.
He
yes,
lost the case. Or
yes, he lost his case.
was
and
it he that lost his
the gas
case?
station.
Hold on a man.
And he lost.
Hold on a minute. Was it he that lost his case or his company that lost the
Which
case?
company?
His company.
Who is the company?
What?
Who is the company?
I mean, who is the company?
Who is the company? I didn't have no company. I know Hardly Shaw have a gas station which was Hardly Shaw. I don't know which company.
Did he have a company?
Not that I know.
Was the gas station owned by a company?
No, sir. It's owned by Hardly Shaw. When I hear advertised as Hardly Shaw, I don't hear about no company.
You hear? I don't know.
Well, you don't know. You better find out.
Was Mr. Shaw's signature on any of those
Mr.
checks?
Shaw went to court and lost his case.
I am asking you.
For giving the man the check. Because it was $14 million.
Did Mr. Shaw,
and he gave him a check that was bounced.
Did Mr. Shaw...
Dirty check.
Hold on. Did Mr. Shaw sign that check?
Mr. Shaw gave a check to the man for $14 million, which was bounced check.
That is not what I understood.
What you understand, Mr. Perkins?
A check was given.
From whom?
By the gas station.
Which gas station?
But Mr. Shaw was not the person actively running the gas station.
Who collect the money from the gas station? Who the gas station belong to?
Well, the thing is this.
Look, Mr. Perkins, let's be clear. Don't
No.
man. Let's be clear. Let's call a donkey and a cow a cow. You don't call a spade a shovel.
Don't come here and do this
Don't
kind
come
of
here?
thing.
You don't
Right?
want that. If it was the PNP,
No, I don't.
then it would gladly...
No, I don't say things like that about the PNP.
You don't say it?
No.
Oh, my God, man. This
Right?
is Perkins. This is Perkins Online.
Yes.
Where the lies stay and the truth
You
goes.
tell me any lie that you heard me say on this program.
A lot of them.
Tell me one.
One, you said that to unite black people would be a terrible thing.
I said that?
Yes, man. You said to unite black people would be a force to reckon with. Right? But to keep them apart, you'll have them for 1,000 years to work.
I said that.
Yes, you said that, and you say William Lynn. You say you must laugh. It's cynical laugh as usual. You said when I asked you about it, you say it was what?
Has anybody ever told you that you're a bit of an idiot?
Are you an idiot? Did you know your friend came on the program the other day?
Who that?
Jamintel was on a program. So Golden did say that he was going to represent any more constituency that is corrupt. Did you know?
That he said, Mr. Golding said he wasn't going to represent any constituency that was corrupt.
Any garrison constituency.
Garrison constituency. You mean there's something that garrison constituencies then?
But you said no.
Hold on a little bit. What are you saying? That garrison constituencies should not be represented in Parliament?
That's not, Mr. Perkins, I didn't say not such thing.
Do you think?
Said that he
hold
was
on a
going
little
to
bit.
represent
Do you
any
think
because
that?
he was new
Do
and
you
different.
think, sir?
He said he was new and different.
No, I didn't hear Mr. Golding say
You
that.
said he was new
But
and
could
different.
I ask you one question? What about Southwest St. Andrew? Do you think that would be represented in Parliament if garrisons weren't to be represented? Tell me about that. Tell me about that one when we come back. Call me back. Thank you very much. Time for the news. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Jean-Paul Manu with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Farquharson Institute is demanding that Justice Minister Senator A.J. Nicholson apologize to High Court Judge Anne-Marie Sinclair Haynes for comments he made about her. Senator Nicholson has taken issue with her decision to reveal in court that the Justice Ministry failed to make adequate accommodations at a Westmoreland hotel for her. The judge, who is from Kingston, is now in Westmoreland presiding at the 3-week circuit court sittings there. General Secretary of the Farquharson Institute, Ken Jones, says Senator Nicholson, who is also the Attorney General, has interfered with the work of the judge, and he says this should not be tolerated.
Proper arrangements must be made for the trial of persons, and to put a magistrate or a high court judge in a frame of mind that is not conducive to a fair trial is interfering with justice, and we don't approve of that. The judge that is implicated, I don't know what remedies she has, but certainly an apology is due to her.
Ken Jones, General Secretary of the Farquharson Institute. His comments come a day after the Independent Jamaica Council for Human Rights, the IJCHR, expressed similar sentiments. Legal officer for the council, Nancy Anderson, has described Mr. Nicholson's comments as unsuitable.
We think that the remarks that are attributed to the Minister of Justice are inappropriate and border on trying to influence and disturb the independence of the judiciary. Right? The judges have to have guarantees of independence when they do certain things. And both of these judges that are being criticized by the Minister of Justice have made judicial decisions on the bench.
Legal officer for the IJCHR, Nancy Anderson. And Queen's Counsel Frank Phipps has expressed concern with the Justice Ministry's regard for the security of the judge arising from the incident.
It is an embarrassment to the entire government, and thanks to the people who accommodated her overnight, but it seemed to have been inappropriate accommodation. There's no guarantee of security. And the security guard suggesting that her orderly can stay with her in the same room. Goodness gracious. Pardon the security guard who made this suggestion. He would know better.
Queen's Counsel Frank Phipps speaking on Perkins Online on Power 106. Meanwhile, Justice Sinclair Haynes says she is very upset about the manner in which Senator Nicholson responded to her comments. She said on Sunday night she turned up at the hotel where she was booked, only to find that the ministry did not pay for her stay. The judge was asked to tender her credit card as security in order to stay. However, she refused and was heading back to Kingston with her orderly when the police made alternative arrangements for them to stay at another hotel. The Jamaica Labour Party says it does not feel threatened by the slate of activities being planned by the People's National Party. JLP General Secretary Carl Samuda says his party will not be changing its campaign activities in response to the PNP's planned activities. According to Mr. Samuda, the JLP's strategies have been working well.
We have a programmed strategy, and we are working to that strategy. The moment the election is called, then, of course, we will move into another gear.
JLP's General Secretary Carl Samuda. Following a PNP Region 3 meeting yesterday, the PNP revealed a slate of activities which will start with a series of rallies beginning this week. This rally will be followed by 4 other regional ones starting on May 24 with the final one on June 7. The Peace Management Initiative, PMI, is again raising concern with the number of illegal guns on the streets. PMI Executive Horace Levy says the issue is of particular concern leading up to a general election in which the stakes are high. And Mr. Levy is raising concern that the police security initiative is being weakened because of the behavior of some members of the force.
One of the things I've been encountering recently, and understanding better than I ever did before, is the extent to which police turn youth into criminals by naming individuals as responsible for crimes who are not responsible. They do this on the basis that they know that individual's name, they've heard it, and they have to appear, perhaps, to be doing something about it when perhaps their limited resources prevents them from doing the kind of investigation and turning up the evidence which will catch the real criminal. And when that happens, it drives a youth to become an outlaw.
PMI Executive Horace Levy speaking on Independent Talk this morning on Power 106. The Peace Management Initiative has organized a special congress for Monday at the Jamaica Conference Center in Kingston to examine the issue of pre-election violence and to promote unity. Officials from the major political parties and representatives of many communities are expected to attend. The police in Clarendon have charged the suspect who was being held in connection with the $1 million Cambio robbery in May Pen. 35-year-old labourer Huntroy Patterson, alias Season, has been charged with 3 counts of murder and 4 counts of shooting with intent. Investigators say he was pointed out in an identification parade at the May Pen police station yesterday. It's reported that a group of security guards was delivering money to the Access Cambio in May Pen when a car drove up and blocked the path of their vehicle. 2 gunmen then reportedly got out of the car and opened fire, hitting 5 people, 3 of whom succumbed to their injuries. The police reported that the gunmen escaped with just under $2 million in cash. However, they say a significant amount of the money has since been recovered. Representatives of the Finance Ministry and the unions representing employees of the Heart Trust National Training Agency are currently working out the final points of a wage and benefits claim. Yesterday, the parties agreed on the salary component, and today they're trying to reach an agreement on certain allowances for the workers. The employees of the Heart Trust are to receive a 15.5% salary increase in year 1 and 4.5% in year 2. The 5 unions representing the workers originally requested a 30% increase in year 1 and 20% in year 2. In a revised proposal, the unions demanded a 20% increase in year 1 and 10% in year 2. But Vice President of the National Workers' Union, Howard Duncan, says the government was not able to honor the union's proposed claims because of constraints under the second public sector Memorandum of Understanding. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 FM. The time is now 12:08. In regional news, St. Lucia's Social Transformation Minister Leonard Montoute says Prime Minister Sir John Compton is unlikely to return to head the St. Lucia government in the near future. The minister was sent to Miami in the United States to get an update on the condition of Sir John. The 82-year-old Prime Minister was hospitalized after suffering a series of minor strokes. Mr. Montoute says the Prime Minister is unable to stand or walk without assistance and his speech has become slurred. The ruling United Workers' Party has already indicated that it's seeking a successor to Sir John. He returned to active politics last year to lead the UWP back to government after a 10-year absence. Back home, several sections of West Cumberland and Newlands in Portmore St. Catherine are now blocked by residents. They are protesting against the shooting death of a man in the West Cumberland community this morning. It is alleged that about 12:30 this morning, Roger Smith, otherwise known as Dexter, was walking in the community when gunshots were heard. The residents are blaming the police for his death. However, the police say they have no official record to suggest that the man was shot and killed by a member of the force. Dominica's Lone Power Company says it is not ruling out legal action against the government over changes to its operating license. However, Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerritt has warned the company against starting a war. Dominica Electricity Company DOMLEC Chairman Robert Blanchard says the company has already hired several lawyers to determine possible legal redress in light of the government's amendments to the Electricity Supplies Act. According to him, a reduction in DOMLEC's operating license is not only affecting its infrastructural development, but is also of concern to shareholders. But Prime Minister Skerritt has defended the government's decision to reduce DOMLEC's license, charging that the company was using its exclusive license as a cover-up for inefficiencies. In international news, the United States military has offered rewards of up to $200,000 for the information leading to the return of 3 of its soldiers missing in Iraq. Thousands of U.S. and Iraqi soldiers are involved in the search for the men who vanished after an ambush on Saturday. The Islamic State of Iraq, an umbrella group of militants led by al-Qaeda, has said it is holding the soldiers. In an unverified statement posted on an Islamist website, the militant group claiming to hold the soldiers told the U.S. government that if it wanted the abducted soldiers to be safe, it should stop searching for them. Finally, British Prime Minister Tony Blair has begun his final official visit to the United States, during which he will hold talks with U.S. President George W. Bush. Mr. Blair has said he still has much work to do on domestic and global issues before standing down next month. He and Mr. Bush are expected to discuss Iraq, the Middle East, and climate change ahead of next month's G8 summit. The G8 summit will take place in Germany, and Mr. Blair is said to be keen on pursuing various issues, including aid for Africa. Those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106. Your Midday Sports Report is next.
Comprehensive, powerful. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM. England are in a strong position against the West Indies on day one of the first test match at Lord's, being played under overcast skies. Opener Alistair Cook hit a ton to put England in charge on 203 for 3 at sports time. Cook on 102 put on 88 for the first wicket, with Andrew Strauss on 59 with Kevin Peterson for the third wicket. After early inconsistency, Corey Collymore was the most impressive of the West Indies pace bowlers. He had the key wicket of Peterson for 26, while Darren Powell picked up the scalps of Strauss, 33, and a nervous Owais Shah for 6. Paul Collingwood on 21 is the other batsman at the crease. Play started half hour later than scheduled because of the rain. West Indies have stuck with the same 11 that was selected for the badly rain-affected warm-up tour match against Somerset last weekend. This means that Sylvester Joseph, Fidel Edwards, Ravi Rampal, and Darren Sammy were left out. Chairman of the Goal Project Committee, Carvel Stewart, says he is in the dark about reports of work stoppage on the first phase of the National Football Academy, currently under construction in Malvern, St. Elizabeth. Workmen have been complaining that they have been reporting to work but are unable to carry out their duties because of the absence of the contractor. Stewart says he will visit the site before making further comment. Phase 1 of the U.S. $400,000 FIFA-financed project was halted in December of last year because the world governing body for football was not satisfied with certain documents. However, in a recent report, Stewart said that work is back on stream for completion by the end of August. Trinidad and Tobago's under-17 footballers will find out today who will be their group opponents when the Grand Ballroom of the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Seoul hosts the official draw of the FIFA Under-17 World Cup. TNT booked its place in the FIFA Championship as qualifiers for the first time with a 1-0 victory over hosts Jamaica to close off the 5-nation CONCACAF Group B final tournament in Kingston. Jamaica's Glenn Johnson stopped American Montel Griffin in the 11th round of a title fight eliminator last night at the Hard Rock Live Arena in Florida. The victory made Johnson the mandatory challenger to the International Boxing Federation IBF title held by Clinton Woods. Johnson beat Woods for the IBF belt in 2004 but lost a rematch as a challenger in September of last year. Athletics national junior record holder Johan Blake and Salsia Slack say the outstanding male and female athletes at the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championships were honored by Cable and Wireless yesterday. The athletes received laptops and a year free internet access from the telecommunications firm, one of the sponsors of the meet. Blake of St. Jago won 4 gold medals at the championships, including a record run in the 100 meters. Slack of defending champions Homewood Technical was a triple winner. Among her victories was a record jump in the girls' Class 2 long jump. Finally, the University of the West Indies UE Games opening ceremony begins the week-long sporting activities tonight. The ceremony will be held at the Assembly Hall at UE Mona at 8 p.m. During the games, participants from UE campuses at Mona, St. Augustine in Trinidad and Tobago, and Cave Hill in Barbados will take part in 10 sporting disciplines. That's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The midday weather report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface trough to the west of the island. This afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Tonight is expected to be cloudy with isolated showers. Tomorrow and into the weekend, expect variably cloudy skies with occasional showers and thunderstorms. That's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, here are the main stories. The Farquharson Institute demands that the Justice Minister apologize to High Court Judge Almarie Sinclair Haynes for comments he made about her over issues with her accommodations for the Westmoreland Circuit Court. Residents mount roadblock in sections of West Cumberland in Portmore, St. Catherine, following the shooting of a man in the community this morning. Peace Management Initiative again raises concerns with the number of illegal guns on the streets. And the Clarendon Police charged a suspect who was being held in connection with the $1 million Cambio robbery in Maypen. That's your midday news, sports, and weather report on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be Headline News at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Jean-Paul Menou.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia. Mentholated cough mixture. Nighttime formula. Bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
Okay, ladies, first a report from Mrs. Campbell on the noticeable decline in attendance for our Sunday meetings.
Mrs. Campbell?
She's not here.
So it's just you and me?
Yes, ma'am. Since home phone to home phone calls are free every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., our ladies are staying home, calling friends and family. And all it takes is topping up your cable and wireless home phone with $200 or more between Monday and Friday.
So why am I here? Meeting adjourned. Call me on my home phone.
Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets. But I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low price Fender acrylic, post form laminated in Pentacolors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what the nice word they use the pipe?
Faucet. Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Camerons. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 30-32 Reynolds Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online, and we go directly to our callers. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hi. Haven't heard from you in ages.
Mr. Perkins,
What
I
have you
want
been
to tell you.
I thought you had migrated.
No, it's unscrupulous.
Huh?
Unscrupulous tenant caused me to be locked off from power.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, son, me have to turn around, go pay up man.
You're joking?
Yes, sir.
He left your house owing not only rent but utility bills.
He's still here.
Huh?
He's still here.
He's still there?
Yes, sir, but me no even matter the rent, but it's the utility bill.
You no matter the rent?
Mr. Perkins, the rent is mine.
Uh-huh.
The utility bill is the government.
Yes.
You understand?
Uh-huh.
And when government, you work, him not ask you if you
I know.
sick. Yes, I know. Him a come turn off.
So why you don't get him out?
Him a go, man.
Oh.
That's a last resort.
Uh-huh.
But me I tell you, Simon, call me if you have to keep on from...
Sorry about that.
True is one of them, so he might keep me away from you.
I beg your pardon?
Me say he's one of them, so probably that's why I don't want to pay.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir.
I follow you.
Anyway, Mr. Perkins, that man will come on the radio to fight against Pernell. What a low blow them have. You tell them people that they don't have nothing but low blow, you know. Then do one hit you nowhere. At the midsection of low blow at all time we can't score. So who it out, not the boxer.
Well, sir.
When a boxer score low blow. No, himself in my hurt.
Yes.
But I can't get no pine feet.
So he loses points.
Exactly. For about him know Pernell. Why know about Pernell? That mean a Pernell
I despite them. And I score political mileage.
Yes.
You know, see, when you ask him, say, what is scoring? You say him scoring political mileage, and you understand? So you see, in just a tie up himself, Mr. Perkins.
Well, you know, so that is his style, you know. He comes, he's always on the radio,
yes, I know.
propagandizing, you know.
I was looking for changing vice today.
Yes. Boy, George.
I don't know he come out so plain with him vice today. He no have course short problem anymore. Anyway, Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something.
Yes.
People who follow poll, them worse than the poll stuff. For my poll is that day when we go make it and score my poll and dip my finger in the ink.
Yes.
That is the poll that I watch.
Yes, if people allow themselves to be guided by polls and to, you know, it makes them very vulnerable to exploitation.
You know, all a poll where I watch where I think of by movement of those people.
Yes.
Annette Garden. You can think of Annette Garden. You go to Annette Garden and see more green. Everything down there turn green.
Is that so?
Lord God.
I heard that some green flags had been put up, but
yes, sir.
I didn't know that first of all, that they were still up.
And
secondly, that they were, you know, extensive in
what
the
them
area
say, the opposition is the almighty leader.
Oh. that if that were true, so that would be a revolution.
But me say, anyway you turn through that, sir.
Mm.
It's really messy.
Have you been there?
I don't go in.
Uh-huh.
But other people from me, they come out
and tell you?
Yes.
I see.
For a donkey years, me no go to that place.
Mm. Well, it would be interesting to see what happens. I mean,
let me tell you something, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Is not you can fool the people, but you can't fool them all the while, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Not all of them, anyhow.
No.
Mm.
You have some still bow to the fooling, but when we look better, see children took and him children were yet to be born.
Mm.
Him now sit down and swallow no pill all day long. For you look on the death, especially where children when I even dream for come here yet, create yet, have to confess them Billy. That's not right, sir.
You are quite right.
So, let me tell you something, sir. Mistress Portia failure.
Mind the call upon you for an apology.
Apology? They have to call for Mr. Nicholson first.
Eh?
Nicholson first for the apology.
But they're going to send the ombudsman for you.
I would love to come. I would love to come, find me too.
Oh, yes?
So, yeah.
Well, he will find you very easily then.
He was the one who caught me in church.
You better prepare your apology.
Apology. Portia failure. But you see, I know Portia failure more than I even know the ombudsman. But let me tell you something, sir.
Uh-huh.
What I want to know, you remember, so 72, the coffin where then did build for Bully Joseph. And March with it go already for Bully Joseph.
Yes.
Well, I only hope them ombudsman just keep himself quiet, and when we build coffin, he don't come out and come say it's not right and you
hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say, he will pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Paw Patchy is
12:30.
Carby's Twin Gates Plaza Hot Super Weekend Sale now on. 15% off every item. Don't miss this great chance to save. Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. Call 968-4192. Carby's, put the fun back in shopping.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, sir. Yesterday, when I hear the lady were telling you about her van and her car that she bring from Bermuda.
Oh, yes,
And, you know, it just put me in mind, and one day, Portia Failure was listening to at least all of them listen to you. Only when them talk to you, then say they don't listen to you.
Oh.
But yet they know what you say.
Well.
You can, find that funny. I only hope she was listening, hearing that old lady's statement that we then charge her in this 70 feet tax.
Yes.
For the two old vehicles. For when insurance pay you for your vehicle in Bermuda, you can buy it back and put it on the road.
Yes,
So she get it for buy for $3,000, the two vehicles. Come here with it, and then charge her $175,000. And if it wasn't, although she right, she didn't get no reply. Mm-hmm. But at a funeral, she see Mike Henry, and she gave him the paper and said, try get it to Mr. Manley. The following day, Mr. Manley sent a car for her, and she only able to pay $75,000. Now, Prime Minister is somebody like when to listen to people cry. Things like those, where you see them taking disadvantage, if you go back to no custom, you have the power to do what you're supposed to do. You understand? That was a disadvantage. And as gone to Miss Portia Failure said, she don't talk, she hack.
Yes.
So those are the action would I look for CR?
Yes, but she said she was going to do something about the human rights issue. What has she done?
Well, what she done, within my mind, that is my view. Probably she want to kill it out.
She also was going to root out corruption.
And that was the first statement to say what she was going to do. And until now, she don't talk about it, becoming like them don't exist.
Well, very odd. Very, very odd.
Bad.
Anyway, thank you very much.
All right,
all the
Mr.
best.
Perkins.
Okay, hello? Incident.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, yes. Okay. You go ahead.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
Uh-huh. Mr. Perkins,
Uh-huh.
that man, Dan Anderson,
Uh-huh.
he has a PhD?
I don't know, sir.
I'm wondering if he have a permanent
Why? Why?
Mr. Perkins.
It sounds like a very smart man to me.
Him smart, him sound like Obia man.
Obia man?
Yes.
No, sir.
Mr. Perkins.
No, man.
Mr. Perkins.
Yeah.
Listen to me now. Him go and him ask question about how do you feel with the country is going. 58%
Yes.
said the country is going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Yes.
Against 24, almost double.
Yes.
No. Him come back and him ask, how do you rate the government performance? No. Where the government are perform against? Who them are perform against? Who them are perform against?
Well, they're not necessarily perform. I suppose you would say the opposition.
And if you
but not really, because the opposition, they have the power. The opposition does not.
And if you even go and ask Christian about how do you rate the government performance? No. It must be either good or bad.
Yes.
No, where the very come in for? Very is what?
By the what?
The very good come in as.
Well, I don't know.
What that mean?
Very good?
No, those people, those 10% who said very good, I feel they are very connected.
They have to be.
They have to be connected. So that shouldn't add on to good. What Dan Hansen do you know, right? Is to add on the very good to the 36%.
No, the people who say very good. You know, I can't verify what percentage it was that said so, but they are Jamaicans too, and they have votes.
But Mr. Perkins, what the very good mean?
Well, the very good means, among other things, that they will be voting for the PNP. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You see the poll? This poll, you see?
Yes.
It's really a bandu poll, you know.
You think so?
Mr. Perkins, it's full time for them man to take Jamaican. Them take Jamaican to fool too long, you know.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the report that he is putting out certainly seems to give the impression that Jamaicans are fools. Because if, wasn't it 54%?
I can't hear you.
I say the poll result certainly seems to give the impression that Jamaicans are foolish.
Yes, they are foolish because look, so many things. Look, 44% the crime are the problem, and 58% of the country are go the wrong way.
Yes.
Right? But yet...
Well, yes, but some of those 58% would have been in the 48% and vice versa. Whatever percent I can.
Go back and take 47% or that 58%.
No. he is asking the same man, same person, a number of questions, right? In these different categories. And he's tabulating the answers that he gets.
Mr. Perkins, my belief is that, the 58% who say the country are going the wrong way, right, stand for the performance of government, in any which way you want to take it.
Well, I should have expected that. I mean, the government, if the country is going in the wrong direction,
58%.
that would seem to me to imply that it is being led in that direction by the government.
That is the way election is going,
Well.
But what happened? You see these posters?
Yes.
You see these posters? They are PNP posters,
They are what?
PNP posters.
PNP.
So when you see them come out, Dan come out to that poll, they say 58% say, why? The country have a wrong way, He can't present that,
But he has presented it.
What? No, man. What you hear on the radio, What you hear on news and on radio and them things, It's 46%.
So the country is going in the wrong way?
No, 46%. That gives the government good performance.
Yes.
That you hear. So the 58% has been ignored and gone different place. You see it?
Well, I don't know. But it certainly seems a little odd to me, sir.
Of course. You can have a poll I show you reading where say 58%. I tell you say country are going in the wrong direction, and you come up with the same thing. How you get that number?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's telling you that is what he got, right? He did his poll, and he says that is what he got.
McDonald's go a bush with them sitting there, man. At times people run them from them when they see them come with them polling around.
Yes, well.
Run them and beat them out of them community.
No, no violence. No violence. There's no need for any of that, sir. No need for that. All right?
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. I was watching Impact last night.
Yes.
Where we had Clive Mullins online. It's another young man. I think his name is Robert.
I came in only at the very end.
Okay. Well, I heard them made a comment about Clive Mullins being more interested in the national issues and not his constituency.
Oh?
And it's disturbing. Because I'm from his constituency.
Who said that?
And that's
who said that?
The PMP opponent for that area there. And it's really disturbing because guess what? Even if he takes a national issue at hand, it still boils down to the persons in his it still boils down to the persons in his constituency. Because their interest is at heart. They speak about the Tullow, the Francis Tullow. This is not the 80s or the 70s where they would say Little David is a household name, so people going to go out and vote because it name popular. We should realize that Clive Mullins is a hard-working, young, vibrant, passionate individual who looks out for the poor people's interests and put their interests at heart. They're saying he's not present in his community. He has been. He's never too busy to come and sit on your veranda and talk with you, attend little corner leagues, stuff like that, And he's representing people very well.
You live in his constituency?
Yes, I do live in his constituency, and I must say that I've just joined his constituency a couple of months ago.
Oh? So how do you know so much about him? Hello? Oh, sorry, we seem to have lost her. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon to you, Mr. Perkins. How are you, sir?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Listen, and since the topical subject is Mr. Dan Anderson poll, I'd like to have a little discussion with you about it.
Yes.
Now, one of the first things that stands out beside the figures that he gave, was that he was asked, why would there be such a difference in the answers to the question? The first thing was, was the country going? And
just hold it for a moment.
Yeah, man, sure.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHD annual returns now. The time by the NHD is 12:45.
Tasty, the original taste.
Everybody come get
the original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, most what's the radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty, the original taste. Tasty.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow, or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Hello?
Yes,
Yeah. No, when Mr. Don Anderson was asked if he had posed any question that would explain the conflict in the answer to the question, how do they see things going in the country, right or wrong, and the other question, how would they rate the performance of the government, he said no, there was no question like that was posed. But at the same time, he was quite ready to tell us how these people that he polled was thinking what that makes the difference. Because what is happening here, he's saying that 58% in answering the question, are things going right or wrongly in the country, saying wrong. Yet on the question of their opinion of rating the government doing a good or a bad job, he's saying that 46% rate them as doing a good job.
Yes.
But yet, there is no question in the poll to explain this conflict.
Well, but he says that...
But he was giving an opinion that he's saying that this is the reason why the people gave these different answers. He's telling me that he asked me these questions, and I gave him these two conflicting answers. He did not ask me any question to explain the conflict, but yet he's telling me that this is the way I was thinking why I gave these conflicting answers. Because he explained it by saying that, well, the people are not necessarily, when they think about crime and the seriousness of crime, they're not necessarily blaming the government for that.
Yes, but he
didn't ask the people that question.
He said that.
And he didn't ask the people that question.
But
so how could he come to that conclusion?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's looking at some information, and he's drawing conclusions in relation to that information.
Yes, but...
It requires an explanation, right?
Yes.
He's admitting that it requires an explanation.
Exactly.
But the thing is that he isn't going out there as a pollster. He isn't going out there to have arguments with people. When a man gives him an answer to a question, he doesn't say, but look here, man, how can you be giving me that answer when you said so and so and so?
No, I quite understand
You
that.
see, he doesn't want to get into that.
No, I understand. I quite
No
understand.
pollster would want to get into that.
But the point that I'm making is, now he's trying to give an answer. He's trying to tell us. He's not, as a matter of fact, he wasn't trying. He was telling us, well, this would be the reason why the person would give this answer.
But it has to be something like that. Either that, or well, I don't know. Maybe the poll is flawed or
Mr. Perkins,
whatever.
I am a man that deals with things from the point of view of common sense.
Yes.
It is impossible for you to ask me if things are going right and wrong in a country, and I says, yes, things are going right, and then you ask me, what is your opinion of the performance of the government, and then I say, I think they're performing badly.
Yes.
That don't make no sense at all.
No.
So how could it be that 58% are saying, no, we think things are going wrong, yet 46% of these same people says, well, the government is doing a good job.
No, not 46% of the same people.
But it is.
We don't. No. They're interviewing 100%.
Yes.
Right. 50. Was it 58%?
58%
say things are going in the wrong direction.
Right.
Right. The country is going in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
Right. Now that leaves 42%.
Yes.
Now I can't remember what the persons who did not answer.
12%.
Eh?
It was 12% had no opinion.
Had no opinion.
Right.
So that 58 and 12 would be 70, no?
Yeah.
So what about the other 30% now?
Well,
the other 30% would be those who thought it was going well. I think it was 30%.
No.
What was it?
The people who think things were going right were 24%.
24.
And 58% think things are going wrong. So for 46% to think that the government was doing a good job, you would have to take away that 24 from 58, which leaves what? 34, right? And then
24? How 24?
Because 24 thinks things are going right.
Oh, 24 think things are going right.
58 think things are going wrong.
That would leave 34. Be a gap of 34.
Right. Now you would have to now turn around and take away that 34 from the 46. So what he would be saying is, of necessity, some of the people who think things are going wrong are saying that at the same time that things are going wrong, the government is doing a good job. That don't make no sense.
I don't know. I would have to see the figures.
Yes, well, I have the figures in front of me.
Oh, you have them?
Yes. So what the conclusion that I come to is...
have they been published in the paper? Newspaper?
No, I took them off once the program was on last night.
I see, yes.
But so the conclusion that I come to, it seems that Mr. Don Anderson made a mistake. It seems what he did was, he told us he did a poll consisting of 1,100 people. It seems what he did was he did a poll with 1,100 people and he posed the question of whether things are going right or wrong. And then he got another 1,100 somewhere else. And then he posed the question, what is your opinion on the performance of the government?
No,
That's the only way this poll could make sense.
I don't think that is what happened.
I know that's not what happened. This is why it is impossible for this poll to be correct. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, this is expected because, I tell you what is going to happen. We're going to have polls that are saying all kinds of things, like you rightfully said. I remember Mr. Paul Burke on Nationwide last year at one point. He said that they had a number of plans.
Yes.
And he said the plan A, they were on to plan A, and if plan A did not work, they go to plan B, and if plan B did not work, they go to plan C. And I think they're on the plan of the polls. I think they tried it did not work earlier. They've tried the plan of prophecy, that did not work. I think they're back to the plan of polling, because Mr. Anderson poll makes absolutely no sense. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think people need to worry. And another thing is, I don't think the majority of Jamaicans are really paying attention to these polls. You
don't think so?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, based on my movements and people's the information, what people are saying, people are not even aware of the polls most of the time.
Oh yes?
Yeah, man. And a lot of people who even see the polls are not even, there are people that the poll know the polls are there, not even looking at it. You
don't think that the the polls,
yes,
considerably influence?
I agree with you. In
the outcome of the last election.
I absolutely agree with you. But I think people are.
So what is it that has changed in Jamaica?
The people's thinking. The people has learned from their experience. The people has been exposed to much more information. I told you before, I'll tell you again, your program and some other programs, but especially your program has done a lot to enlighten people and to inform them, and to a lot of people has changed their way of thinking because of this particular program. And people are more basing their decisions based on their experience, not based on what somebody is going to try to tell them to influence them, but based on what they know, what they're experiencing from day to day. So I think anything like this will not work this time. There seems to be some people that are concerned. I don't think anybody needs to be concerned. Poll will not help to win this election. Okay, I think people experiences are telling them that, listen, I requires this and I requires that, and so I am looking to where I can find the answers and the solutions to my problems, and that is how the people are dealing with it. This whole foolishness about Portia factor, that is all a whole bunch of foolish hype.
You really think so?
It absolutely makes no sense, Mr. Perkins. In the first place, the information and the figures that has been being given about the popularity of Mrs. Simpson Miller. Mrs. Simpson Miller is popular in the sense that people think about her from an historic point of view. She's the first woman to be Prime Minister of Jamaica, and people likes her. I like her. I like the woman a lot, and I also admire her. But I am also convinced that she does not have what is required to lead this country in the capacity of Prime Minister.
Well,
and I think, yes, go ahead.
She hasn't given us any reason for thinking that.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's based on our experience, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
And people, let me tell you something. People in this country, the majority of people are not swayed by this whole party loyalty thing anymore, Mr. Perkins. So what you're having is, there is a diehard core of people, but the majority of voters is not loyal to any party. What they're loyal to is their own welfare.
Well, I wish I could believe that you were right, sir.
Take my word for it, sir. Take my word for it. And this election will prove me right. I shall call you just after the election. All right?
All right, sir.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Sir Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The traffic guru money.
Yes.
Mr. Nichols said at a press conference that this money was a gift. Then about a week later he said that if he knew then what he know now, he would not have opened his mouth. Yes. Don't you think that he should come out and tell the Jamaican people what he found out?
What he knows?
Hello?
You come out and tell the Jamaica people what he knows.
You found out about the traffic guru here? Yeah.
Well, I think he should. But do you really think that he's going to?
Hello?
Do you really believe that he's going to? There's any likelihood of him doing that?
Well, I think he should tell us what he found out,
Yes, but is he going to? You think he's likely to do that?
I don't think he is going to.
Oh, I see. But Sister P, she had a meeting with the traffic bureau people.
Right.
Alone in her office.
Uh-huh.
And wasn't it shortly after that they sent the money. I wonder what she talked to them about. Hold on a moment for me.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. About take some heating. KFC is finger-licking good.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back on line. Hello? Hello? Seems to have left us. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Charles.
Mr. Charles?
Yeah, Mr. Charles, I'm speaking about... Hey, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
You said was to call you back, right? And I'm doing so now.
Uh-huh.
Now, just as I leave your program, remember I never conclude at 12 o'clock?
Uh-huh.
After 12, I went on a program, right?
Uh-huh.
To say what was happening, because I want the truth. Now, Mr. Charles was called, and Mr. Charles' explanation says, which I did not hear on your program, is that...
Which program was this, sir?
I said on another program.
Which one?
On a program.
Which program?
On a program.
What difficulty do you have? What reason do you... it's a public program?
Of course.
It was broadcast publicly on here?
Of course.
Then why are you making a secret
I
of
will
it?
tell you, man. You want to know everything. It's a public thing about the pipes.
Which program was it?
It was a public thing about the pipe. It's RGR, right? Good. You get that? All right.
That is the substantial Mrs. Gludam's program?
Yes.
I see.
And she was honest about it.
Uh-huh.
And he was called. And you know what, Mr. Charles said? The truth.
I am not inclined to take I'm not inclined to take a report from you about what Mr. Charles or anybody else said, you know.
The counselor for the PNP and Mr. Charles went and searched for the pipes and found the pipe. And Mr. Charles come on your program. And instead of Mr. Charles tell you that, Mr. Charles telling you about election gimmicks and this, that, and that. Why? What?
Hold on. The counselor, what did he say that the counselor did what?
The counselor and him, which is a PMP counselor, went in search of the pipe and found the pipes.
But he told me that.
But I didn't hear that.
I don't care. I'm not to be and I'm sure that Mr. Charles does not hold himself responsible for what you think.
But why the police weren't called in?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Charles might well be doubt whether you think at all.
That is you think so. But I call it, and there's a fire going to be lit, because we have to know who stole the pipe.
Yes. Well, why don't you go and do some investigations
but the
and
police
find
are
out?
going to, I am going to insist. I am going to call the commissioner office and have him investigate the pipes and the water commission. It must be investigated, and somebody must be brought to books.
Yes.
So you can do as you like.
I can do as I like?
Yeah, Mr. Perkins. You know, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to get off. You know, there are a man who in this country, who had an institution who deprive a lot of people of some money, right? Millions of dollars. And that man was taken to court. And after taken to court, the man lost the case. And after he lost the case, he was to pay the money at a certain time. This man had property, a luxurious house, and it was said even the house for the dogs were air conditioned, large property, millions of dollars. And after the sewer, the people who won the case, go in on him to seize his property for the money. You hear me, sir?
I am hearing you.
He took out some receipts, and you will know where I'm coming from, and showed to the bailiff, saying that he is no longer the owner of that home. He is now a tenant. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that? What is there to think about it?
You believe he was telling the truth?
Well, he was that if he was not telling the truth, then it should have been quite easy to discover.
That's what I am saying. But
whether the property was his or not.
Mr. Perkins, we hear nothing about it.
What?
I've been listening, and I don't hear, because he says he gave the property was turned over to his lawyer because the lawyer done so many cases for a man.
Well, I don't know.
To pay.
Maybe that is what happened. I don't know.
Well, don't you think whosoever went in there should have gone?
It was either that it was true, or maybe that he was well connected, genetically linked. You know.
Well, could be. I'm not ruling out anything.
No, if genetically linked, I mean.
But I am saying, well, if he was genetically linked, it would be very curious because it's the government who did sue him. So, you know, and have other people's money.
Oh, the government did?
Yeah, so what I am saying.
So hold on a little bit now. What are you telling me? That if he were genetically linked, the government would not have sued him?
That is, you bring that into the
No.
Since he was not...
No.
That's a different
You're
matter.
telling me that he could not have been genetically linked? Because it is the government that sued him?
Then the government always...
So what you mean is, what that implies is that if he were genetically linked,
don't sue him.
the government would not have sued him.
But he was sued.
Oh boy.
All right. You can't say anything
to hear a word like that coming out of your mouth.
You have a way of thinking. It's not my mouth. It is news, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Many years ago. And I conclude by saying it is a product of your behavior.
Of whose behavior?
It's you behavior.
My behavior?
You came on the program here some times ago, and if you after I called you and spoke to you about it, you said, oh, so I was speaking to a lawyer at the time, and I came on the radio and highlighted it. Say, if you want to do something crooked, you can always have people sign paper without dating it and have it to use for your own purposes.
Oh, you mean,
and don't you think this is what is happening in this case?
In which case?
The case of the man having people showing that receipts that he was longer the owner of the place.
Well.
And don't you think, Mr. Perkins, don't you think it's easy to check because he would have to have a bill of sale and also the titles would have to be changed.
Yes.
Unless he and the lawyer is good friends.
Yes. No, I mean that can happen. Of course it can happen.
So I'm not so fool after all.
Eh?
I'm not so fool after all.
No, what you said you heard me say. It wasn't exactly as you said.
Yes.
But it is possible for persons to disguise their ownership of property. You know? Yes.
All right, Mr. Perkins.
And what made me go into that issue was the fact that a certain person had turned in a report, saying that his own property, his own worth, was somewhere in the region of $3 million Jamaican dollars. No? Something like that.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Perkins.
And it sounded a very small sum.
For the size of the property?
No. It's for the size, for that man.
Yes.
That person,
Oh, I do seem to be following him, Mr. Perkins.
Yes. Anyway, comrade, thank you very much.
No, I am a person for the truth.
You are?
I am a person for the truth.
Then hold on a little bit.
I do not come on your program and castigate people
Is that so?
wrongly.
Then you don't believe that it is best for the country, for the PNP to form their administration.
Mr. Perkins, would you believe me, I would love for the GLP to win the election?
You would?
Of course.
Why?
Because I know, Mr. Perkins, that somebody is going to pack up and leave this country so fast. Because, Mr. Perkins, what people are promising, you do know, Mr. Perkins, that it cannot happen under these circumstances. And you know, Mr. Perkins, that
what
if
are you
the
saying?
Jamaica Labour
Hold on
Party
a minute.
comes in power...
What are you saying?
Huh?
What are you saying? That your government, having been in office for 18 years, have left things, have things in such a mess that no government, government coming in is going to be able to do very much.
Oh, you're reading my mind. You know, Mr. Perkins, suppose I tell you something.
But what a hell of a thing for a man like you.
Mr. Perkins,
what
you
a
know
hell of
that
a thing for a man like
you're
you.
just a couple of days older than me.
What?
We're born the same month.
Oh, yes?
Yes, but I born just the changing of the single figures.
Yes.
And you are in the single figures.
I see.
Same year, same month.
Yes.
You know?
Oh, good.
Let me tell you
Well,
something.
happy
Mr.
birthday
Perkins.
to you when it comes.
Mr. Perkins, that is September. You know
Yes.
that. Mr. Perkins, it's time for this hypocrisy that we have in this country. Clean out once and for all, whether it be GLP and PNP.
Oh, my God.
Clean, perfect, perfect harmony. Strive between people. We are all one people. Why are we killing one another?
I entirely agree with you.
Why are we killing one another? For what?
Quite true. Good
when
question.
the PNP stand there and raise what they have, they come out. When the GLP go in and says that no for them time now, get what they want. Who else? We can't go on like this.
No.
We cannot go on like this.
No. And you're saying that things are as they are now in an awful mess.
I am not saying nothing of the sort.
No.
What I am saying, it is being said that is in a mess. And I am quite sure when I am dying to see the government go, because I want to see your government come in.
My government?
I know they are going to cry out for foul.
I didn't know.
They are going to say the country left in such a mess that 5 years cannot clean it up.
Well, I am...
Don't you think? Don't you think something like that
I am
will be
inclined to the view.
You are trying to believe.
No, I'm inclined to the view that there's a lot of truth in that. The country's in such a mess that 5 years can't clean it up.
You see what I mean?
No.
So whoever come in power will have to get 10 years or 15 years.
Is going to have to, first of all, to start the process of cleaning up, right? And convince people that they're capable of carrying it through to the desirable conclusion.
Can I ask you a question,
yes.
Mr. Perkins? And then we conclude. Other people, because I love to hear people come on and don't stay long. Now, Mr. Perkins, in 1980, the JLP won the election. In 1983, did you tell me why they called election in 83?
In 83?
Yes. Why they did
well, because the Prime Minister decided to call the election.
Why? Why you think so?
Huh?
Why you think so?
Well, I don't know. I suppose
Mr. Perkins,
he thought that it would have been a good time to call it.
Things wasn't wonderful, wasn't going his way. And he said he would not call the election on that list. Dirty list. He himself said it was a dirty list. And the PNP
I can't remember him saying
he would not either. And he go ahead and call the list, call the election.
But then the PNP called upon him to resign, did it? Something like that. Yes, man.
It called the PNP, said, if no election, go to...
No. The PNP called on him to resign.
Then why did he call the election?
Because if the Prime Minister is called upon to resign, that is one of the options that he has.
To call
anyway, I have to go. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
I have no friend, and I'm proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what a free phone call to waste. No, you know what, my friend? Call me on my home phone.
Free Sunday. Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back and we have some email for you.
Mr. Perkins, dear sir, I know that you do not believe in polls or respect them. But one thing I missed from that television program last night, when the pollster said at the end that the PNP was leading by about 3 or 4 points, and that they had picked up. I wondered if he had forgotten what the Minister of Education, Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson, had admitted, took refuge on his program nationwide, that she would agree with him that the PNP had slipped generally all over the country, not only her, in her constituency.
Yes, but that is her opinion and her experience, and the pollster claimed that he he did a poll and the poll showed something else. Now, whether the poll says right, of course, is another matter, but, you know.
Mr. Perkins, that Speaker, Boy George, who tried to disguise his voice again a few minutes ago, I wonder if he recalled the name of that extremely and most honorable and excellent person who declared that his total assets in Jamaica was $3 million. And it was to prove how people could make such claims and yet own vast properties from Lucy to Duncan's, from Negril to Portland Point, and nobody would know from the names on the title. Mr. Perkins, you are giving that man too much time.
Well, I don't know if he wants to make a bit of a nitwit of himself for me now.
It ends up by saying, I am sure he didn't remember that part, or he wasn't coached up to that point, or maybe he would not have raised the issue at all, because that is opening another whole can of worms.
Yes, issues of houses in wherever, and chateau in wherever. Interesting.
Dear Mr. Perkins, this latest display of arrogance from Mr. A.J. Nicholson clearly exposes the conflict of interest that exists when one person is Minister of Justice, Attorney General, and legal advisor to his party. It is obvious that the Attorney General made sure that the prosecutor was poorly accommodated, while the Minister of Justice... It is obvious that the Attorney General made sure that the prosecutor was properly accommodated, while the Minister of Justice didn't give a hoot about the arrangements for the judge. What the legal advisor to the party thinks about all this is anybody's guess. This situation must come to an end.
Look here, I think that you're right in relation to the conflict of interest in one person involved in one person occupying both those offices, Attorney General and Minister of Justice. On the other hand, I don't know that we have any evidence that that what happened down there in Negril, I think, was deliberately organized. We have no evidence of that. I don't think that that it is right to say that of Mr. Nicholson. We have no evidence that that is what he did. I think that he has behaved very badly. I think that his ministry had a responsibility. Now, I don't know how they came to have made perfect arrangements for the accommodation of the representative of the DPP's office and other persons, court reporters and whatever. Why is it that they made the appropriate arrangements for those persons, but failed to make equally appropriate arrangements in relation to the judge? That cries out for an answer. But it could have been a mistake, I suppose. But what strikes me as very odd is that the Minister of Justice, instead of apologizing, and up to now he has not apologized, right? And I would want to know, what is the thinking of the Prime Minister on this? Because the Prime Minister ought to be calling in the Minister and saying, no, look here, what is it that is going on here? How can you be treating a judge in this way? I don't really understand this. I think it's shameful.
Mr. Perkins, like you, I am by way of being a prophet. Here are some of my prophecies, sir. Strategic efforts will be made to retain the constituency of South East St. Andrew by any means necessary. Prophecy 2. We are going to hear some scandals about a certain lady, about her character and integrity. This information will not be printed out bold, but the whisperings have already begun. And certain little things in certain gossip areas are well on the way. 3. A lot of property is going to change hands. Word on the street is that people are buying up all sorts of things. Mr. Perkins, you should investigate all those empty factory spaces and who they are going to. I'm not speaking of the one in Morant Bay. There are other areas of the island. Mr. Perkins, there are funds available. The places are awash. Did you know that in certain very remote parts of the country you have young people just picking up paper and putting them into big plastic bags and leaving them on the roadside? Sometimes they have been there for weeks. Nothing come to pick it up. And they get very well paid, Mr. Perkins. Check it out.
Well, you're warning us to expect efforts to malign a certain lady and to put out false information about her. Well, let us be prepared.
Mr. Perkins, I wonder if certain very important people, not only important but powerful and arrogant, realize that who the gods would destroy, they first make arrogant, and that whomever you pass on the way up, you will pass on the way down.
Yes, well.
Mr. Perkins, how come none of these garbage collectors and street cleaners employed by the NSWMA, except for one notable lady who is always on the talk shows, protesting that they collected money for not doing any work, even when they got free oil, free vehicles, free gas to do it? If I were one of them, I'd be suing Mr. Douglas by now. I am surprised that nobody has said a word.
Okay.
Hi, Mutty. Here's a simple...
Oh, sorry. We're going to take a break.
Reach your financial goals with a COK Golden Harvest Investment Plan with free insurance protection. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK, invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Here are some more email.
Mr. Perkins, good day.
Good day to you.
I saw in the papers this morning where there's great rejoicing about this new luxury resort which is going to be opened.
Oh, yes.
In Trelawney.
Yes,
Mr. Perkins?
And hold on, it's going to be started in about 2 years from now.
Mr. Perkins, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe one of your listeners could phone in, because I am not a young person, but as I recall it, and I hope I'm not getting it wrong, that land used to belong to Mr. DeLissa from Montego Bay. And the DeLissa family, they had a golf course on one side, the side going towards the sea. I hope I'm speaking about that same huge piece of land. Then it was acquired by the Manley government under the land acquisition program. Since that time I left the island. I worked abroad for more than 30 years and I'm now back. I don't know if I'll remain, but I understand that it passed into other ownership and now it is obviously going to become a resort. Mr. Perkins, I wonder if somebody could get a map and look up the ownership of certain lands all over the country. I fear a great deal for crown lands and other public lands. They seem to end up in the strangest hands. I am not making any accusation, Mr. Perkins. I am merely asking questions as an old fool.
Well, you're not merely asking questions, so you're doing more than that. But I don't know. I have no information on the ownership of that property. But what I read in the paper this morning, I think the Gleaner, which one, was fascinating in that that this proposal is not going to come to the point of where the building will start before about, I think it's 2 years, they said?
Between 18 months and 2 years.
Between 18 months and 2 years. No, and what is being announced now, wonderful, sounds great. I mean, luxury hotel, and how much is it going to cost to somebody coming here for a night will be spending what, $10,000 US?
Not necessarily. There are areas that will be available for that, but there will be other areas.
And it will be employing how many people?
I don't know. You have the paper in front of you.
About 5,000 people or something like that. Persons. Very interesting, but this is a promise that is supposed to, we're going to have the sense of investment coming in and growth occurring and all sorts of wonderful things. But of course, if by the time that starts, if it ever does start, the election will be long over. When I say start, the construction starts, right? Between 18 months and 2 years from now. Long time.
Mr. Perkins, I heard that gentleman saying that he hopes the PNP gets into power because the JLP gets into power because they'll just say that the PNP left things so bad that it will take them more than 5 years to bring it back. Mr. Perkins, do you recall what faced Mr. Seaga in the 70s? Do you recall the fouling of Jamaica House on the morning after the election? Not a stick of furniture was in there. Many persons tried to get to the site of all these public buildings associated with the government to see the condition that they were deliberately left in. But Mr. Seaga would not have it. He wanted change without chaos. Just to clean out the filth off the grounds and inside, even on the floors of Jamaica House, Mr. Perkins, was a task that required a good stomach and a bag of money. I know. I was working there among the cleaners who helped to bring back that place into some order. So, if the JLP should win this time, I don't think that they are going to find a cent in the public coffers.
Well, there isn't any cent. Well, I suppose a lot, some borrowed money is there, but it's not going to be easy to get Jamaica out of the predicament in which it now is. And if the JLP hopes to come to government, I think it should make that clear to the Jamaican people.
Mr. Perkins, obviously the government thinks that its record of accomplishment for the past 18 years are too poor to ensure them a victory at the polls for the 5th term, and therefore have chosen to campaign for the coming elections based only on the personality of Sister P, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller. This is unfortunate indeed for the country, because the last time we operated on that basis of charisma, of leadership only, during the Michael Manley years of 1972 to 1979, from which we have not yet quite recovered. This begs the question, are we about to repeat our errors? If they fail to campaign on their record, Mr. Perkins, it implies that they intend to rely more on promises, lies, and subterfuge, if we allow the cynical minds to run wild. There is evidence that the repeat of these errors are coming, because we can hear our new PM promising everything under the sun.
Is she?
Without mentioning how we will earn the money to deliver these promises.
Oh.
She needs to be advised that, for example, giving house keys to unemployed people will not solve their problems, but in fact will create more problems for other people. and even for those people themselves.
That's true.
Giving them houses without the means to pay for them only creates more garrison communities, more crime and violence in the long run. Empty promises to balance people's lives and make less people poorer must be backed up by serious action for the country to be productive to do this. Just saying so 1,000 times per day will not do it. Corruption needs to stop. Cost overruns needs to stop. Government companies and agencies need to operate efficiently and cost effectively. And there's much more I could say, Mr. Perkins, but you get my gist. Mr. Perkins, good day. I agree with Mr. Holness's response last night. How could 58% is saying that things are going the wrong way, and then Mr. Don Anderson is saying that 46% of the people are giving the PNP a nod? Can you explain to me, Mr. P? Mr. Holness says that there's a swing, and I agree with him, looking at the 58% going the wrong direction. When the pollster asks a question, they do not get the answer they want, then they turn the question another way, and this confuses people in order to get a different answer. That's my take, Mr. P.
Well, I don't know if that is what is happening there, but 58 and 46. And of course, there's some who didn't respond to the question. And I don't know, that seems a little confusing, you know. A majority of the people of the country think that the government the country is going in the wrong direction. It would seem to follow that the government is leading it taking it in the wrong direction. And therefore one should have thought that majority would have wished to see some change in government, but the indications are otherwise.
Mr. Perkins,
according to the polls.
The most shocking figure that I heard on TV last night concerning those polls was the fact that the people, only 7% of the people interviewed viewed corruption. And I expect that to mean government corruption as a problem in the country.
I don't think that is what it said. I think it was the principle, something like that. The problem was qualified, you know, and it was a question of which was the problem that people were most concerned about. And I think crime was one, and then to some other unemployment. And but I tell you something. What this is all telling us, you know, don't take the polls seriously. Don't take any polls seriously, because you have no means of knowing whether what you're being told is true. No means of knowing that. And it is very easy for persons calling themselves pollsters to fool you, right? And get you to behave as they want you to. No, I'm not here implying that any particular pollster is engaged in that. All I'm saying is that you can't know which one is which one is telling the truth and which one is lying. You have no way of knowing.
Hi, Mutty. There really should be laws against polling too close to an election. Remember what happened in 2002? In my view, these polls are designed to influence, not inform. They are already putting out in front of people what it is that they would like to see happening, and not necessarily what is actually happening. My views anyway.
Yes. Another way of putting what I was saying earlier. Okay, we take a break. Thank you very much for that. We take a break. We come back shortly.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop, you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
The National Housing Trust wishes to advise its customers that as of Thursday, May 24, the St. Catherine branch office at 16 Martin Street will be closed for business. This is to facilitate our move to our new location at Twickenham Park. The NHT St. Catherine office will reopen for business on Monday, May 28, in a more spacious and convenient location across from the Registrar General's office at Twickenham Park. The NHT apologizes for any inconvenience this closure and relocation may cause.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello, Mutty.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Now, tell me, Mutty, how can a so-called distinguished lawyer and former PM asset to include cash in the bank, Norbrook home, valued at $3 million? Now, what about the real estate in the south of France, all over Westmoreland?
No, hold on. Do we know for a fact that that person owns real estate in the south of France?
It has been bandied about, Mutty.
But the fact that it is bandied about doesn't mean that it is true. A lot of things are bandied about which are not true.
Let us say it is true.
No. To say that it is true,
yes,
and to construct an argument on the basis of it, is not good enough.
Okay.
If you're going to construct an argument on something, then you must know that, would you build a house upon uncertain foundations?
Not at all.
No. Well, you can't do it with an argument.
Okay, let us narrow in then, Mutty, our argument around the $3 million that this one is valid at. Cash in the bank, out in Norbrook. Out in Norbrook by itself, Mutty, is valid around about $18 million to $20 million.
Today?
Yes.
Well, possibly.
Yes.
Possibly more than that.
Right.
But at the time that this was going on,
5-7 years ago, Mutty?
somewhere about there.
Yes. The value could not have appreciated, Mutty.
No. It is more than 7 years ago.
Right. But the value could not have appreciated, Mr. Perkins, to reach $25 million from $3 million.
Remember that there's some construction on that house, sir.
Yes, Mutty, but even the bare houses in that era.
Yes, but I don't know. I mean,
what about Lawrence Kohlberg's argument on moral ethics, morality and ethics, Mutty? Is that absent from the whole argument? Cannot be included in the whole argument, Mutty?
Yes, we don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know what this person owned or didn't own.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Point number 2, Mutty.
Yes.
over the weekend, Mother's Day weekend,
Uh-huh.
there was a stage show someplace in Kingston,
Yes.
held in honor of the Prime Minister, Sister P.
In what?
Mother's Day.
Held in honor of?
Pardon me?
Held in honor of what?
Sister P.
Uh-huh.
Mother of Mothers stage show.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And there was only 5 cars in the car park.
Oh?
Yes. So if she's so popular, according to the pollsters, then why is only 5 cars?
You actually saw this?
I went there. And I left and I went to Ronnie Williams at the Bashment Garden thing.
So where was this thing held? Where was it held?
It was held in Kingston, Mutty. Let us leave it there.
Where in Kingston?
Someplace in Kingston.
But I don't understand that.
No, Mutty man.
What is the secret about it?
The secret, I don't want to implicate anybody, because a lot of big artists' name was mentioned on the show.
Huh.
The posters was all over town, half a tree,
Yes,
Spanish
but
town, all
you're
over.
saying that you went there.
Yes.
Where was it?
It was in Kingston, Mutty.
Where in Kingston?
In Kingston. Someplace in Kingston.
Kingston is a huge
I
place.
know, Mutty. I know. Don't take me there. But I just want to bring it to your
No,
attention.
but you went there, you said.
Yes, I just want to bring it to your attention.
Yes, but where? No.
Yes,
no,
Mutty
come
man.
on. No.
Yes.
Where was this?
Mutty. Let's say Kingston for the time being. Let's say
No,
Kingston.
sir. No.
Let's say Kingston for the time being.
No. All right.
Yes, Mutty.
I tell you what.
Yes.
No. I don't like this business of proceeding on the basis of, rumor or whatever.
No, it's not rumor.
Yes. If what you say is true.
Yes.
Then what is your difficulty about saying where this happened?
Not too much of a difficulty, but for the time being, Mutty, let us keep it in
No.
Kingston. Yes, man.
No. You've put the thing out there in front of the people, right?
Yes.
Give us the facts. Where was it?
No, Mutty, man. I won't call the police.
All right. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, man.
Uh-huh.
Long time no hear.
Yes, man. Why you treat me so?
I see what going on at Tamarang, yeah.
What's going on?
Why, me I tell you, say, I don't know what going on your star, but I don't know why Sister Pion just sound the trumpet and make it thing over and done.
Why you think she should do that?
Because they want this thing over and done. She's
No,
so popular.
she doesn't want it over and done. She wants to be sure.
No, but
as sure as she possibly can be.
No,
that,
man. She and God, the prophet says she's sure.
The prophet says she's sure.
Yeah.
But you think she really believe the prophet?
Well, if you're a prophet, so she must believe him.
But here we are. When did the prophet tell her this?
She consult him from time to time, from a longer time.
About 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And when shortly after she became prime minister, she was telling us that exactly what the prophet says, that God had appointed her prime minister.
Yeah.
Right? Now, at that time, she was immensely popular. As I remember it, the polls were saying that she had something in the region of 70-odd% approval.
That was what the polls saying, Mutty.
And it seemed at the time, that had there been then an election, that she would have easily swept back to power.
She couldn't win.
Right? But not only that, if God had appointed her, and she wanted her mandate, as she said, what was she waiting for?
Well,
now go to the election, and God would ensure that she won the election, and she would now be prime minister, with 4 years now at least in front of her.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So why didn't she go then? Maybe she didn't really believe that God had appointed her.
Boy. You say?
I wonder if that is possible.
Yeah,
that
man.
She had doubts about it.
This Christian business, Mutty.
Yes.
Was something sit down and planned by the party,
Uh-huh.
Because you remember before Mr. Patterson retired,
Uh-huh.
Mr. Patterson held a meeting in St. Anne Bay with some ministers,
Uh-huh.
And then when him left the minister, him said, it want divine intervention.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah, man. And then him come now and announce him retirement after that. Then Mr. Burchell Whiteman had another meeting with some Christian people and come out and say he wants spiritual guidance.
Yes.
You don't understand? So them set the claim from this one and say, well, Sister P, you know, she can't sanctify Christianity good. So if she elected leader now, just come out fire in with your Bible and the Holy Ghost. And you walk in at the church now and then you will some the church people them.
No, but she walked into Parliament with her book. You remember when she was making the first budget speech?
Yeah.
As Prime Minister? With her Bible, man.
Yeah, she walked with her Bible.
Yes, man.
And then the Council of Churches bless her Bible and bound it and give her a man to go beer.
Yes.
And she said she can't go put it at Jamaica House and every decision that she make go make out of that Bible.
Oh, she said that?
Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah, man. She said every decision that she make go make out of that Bible. So it must be the Bible who tell her that she alone to meet with some traffic guru official. Right? Right?
But well...
and then tell her, say, our minister government must sign agreement with traffic guru and then they don't have no paper sign. You don't understand? So I can understand this woman. This woman, Portmore is a big city. Them don't have a hospital over there. Not even a good clinic. The Chinese people they want to build a hospital over there. But the government will meet them halfway, right? And the government can't come up with that halfway to meet them to start the hospital. But she announced that she going to build up to date hospital at Wilmot. For how much million, but you know, if you ask her where the money come from. Right? Why she can't tell which part the money come from?
I don't know.
She come announce a hotel. It's the first in my life I ever hear a hotel going to employ 10,000 construction worker, right? And when it finish, it going to employ $10,000 work, 10,000 worker.
Was it 10,000?
Yeah, she said going to
I thought it was
10,000 people.
10,000 workers.
Workers in the construction.
Oh, Lord.
And when it finish, it going to employ the same 10,000 people. You don't understand?
But then, I mean, that's a reason for voting for the government.
For the government?
Yeah.
People stop living from promise, man.
That's good. That's a good political promise, man.
Yeah, man, a good political.
But then it will be 2 years, 18 months to 2 years before the work start.
Yeah, man. Just like how she come tell you about.
The election will be well behind us.
Well behind that.
Yes.
Hospital thing going free, right? Hospital business going free. Contour. But she don't tell you that the hospital them never have no drugs. So when the children them go there and the doctor write the prescription, the parents have to find them way in the pharmacy.
Yes.
And that's for the money then. You don't understand. So this big Sam 5 business where she better get the pension, the NIS pension and them something for them.
She wouldn't Sam 5 you, man.
Yeah,
she's above that.
She's a big Sam 5 man.
No, sir.
A big Sam 5.
Sir.
Always she go around and announce this and announce that and announce that.
She's a lovely lady, man.
The hardest thing that she have to go through is to call election knowing that she's going to lose. That is the biggest nightmare of face her in her life.
You think she knows she's going to lose?
She knows, yes, and all of them in the PNP don't know.
That they're going to lose?
All of them know that they're going to lose.
But that isn't what the polls suggesting.
Don't listen, go on, man. You saw him get Marga down. One of them polls here. Any one of them from Bill Johnson. Any one of them come here and predict a PNP victory in this election don't have no integrity. One of them from Bill Johnson. Any one of them come here and predict a PNP victory in this election don't have no integrity. Any one of them.
Well, they haven't done that yet.
All right. You see what? All right. You might talk about we done on this.
So are you predicting? You're predicting a JLP victory?
A JLP victory is a must.
How come? Why?
The country can't take 5 years more than PNP. So a JLP victory is a must.
I hear that Bill Johnson is coming out to the poll on this weekend.
But me I read in
saying that the PNP is what, 6 points ahead?
Me I read, all right. You see Mark Wignall's column today?
Uh-huh.
All right. Mark Wignall are right? Mark Wignall saying the 8th constituency already, right?
Uh-huh.
And out of the 8th, the GLP are leading every one of them.
Oh.
Right? Him saying the 8th, and the GLP are leading every one of them.
Uh-huh.
And then him saying going to do a national poll now.
Oh.
And it will come out by the end of this month. Right?
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
And the GLP will be what, 9 points ahead?
Well, apparently saying I'm going to do the national poll.
I see.
And come out with it. But him saying the 8th constituency, right?
I see.
Private poll, you know?
Uh-huh.
And the GLP are leading the 8 of them.
I see. Well, sir, we shall see, shan't we?
We shall see.
Eh?
We shall see what we shall see.
Yes, indeed.
Because all the man where you hear walk around saying my bill road and show construction there. The one when you reach
Look, I have to go. I have to take a break. It's a long break. All right. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface trough west of the island. This afternoon will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, mainly across northern areas. On Friday, look for scattered showers and thunder showers, mainly across southern areas during the afternoon. On Saturday and Sunday, expect more scattered showers and thunder showers during the afternoons, mainly across northern and eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica, but we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with the free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families. GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help
I need
you?
a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car. GSB Shelter for a home. Pay one to consolidate your debt. Easy access and more. All paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
Good afternoon, I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Capital and Credit has entered into a strategic partnership with a company in the United States to set up a company called Capital and Credit International Limited, which will be the first Caribbean brokerage house licensed in the United States to operate as a financial brokerage. They will also be stepping up activities through their remittance services, along with their strategic partners to expand their remittance services. They have retained the services of Oliver Samuels exclusively for a 3-year period to promote their remittances through the Jamaican diaspora. The share price of Capital Credit has been falling due to reduction in their net profits. The governor of the Barbados Central Bank, Dr. Marion Williams, is recommending that countries in the region commit to one common currency. She said if this does not happen, the United States will become the default currency in the Caribbean. Dr. Williams, outlining some of the benefits of the currency, said the region would no longer require foreign exchange, as it would now be seen as a domestic transaction. The government of Jamaica will be back in the money market seeking funds through its monthly treasury bill offer. The offer is $900 million and will be in 2 tranches. The first security will be in the amount of $500 million with a tenure of 6 months, while the second is for 3 months, totaling $400 million. The offer closes May 22, 2007. The local currency slipped by 2 cents today amid moderate broker demand. The dollar closed trading at an average of $68.17 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambia market. There was no central bank intervention. Today's activities on the Jamaica Stock Exchange saw the main JSE index slipping by 9.6 points. 27 stocks were active today, of which only 5 advanced, 12 declined, and 10 traded firm. Market volume was an improved 4.9 million units. The Jamaica Producers was the volume leader, with 2 million units changing hands, followed by National Commercial Bank and Capital Credit Merchant Bank. The day's main winners were Jamaica Producers, up 11% to close at $25. Denman Geddes gained 2.8% to close at $6.25, and Daring Bunting and Golding was up 0.4% to close at $18.74. The day's main decliners were Bank of Nova Scotia's preference shares, down 4.6% to close at $1.64. Kingston Wharves was down 3.2% to close at $7.64, while Maybury Investments lost 2.6% to close at $2.56. The JC Index closed the day trading at 88,926.68 points. Today's advisor comes to you from the GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Let's look at the disciplined approach to savings and investment. Start with a positive attitude to managing your wealth and adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a savings plan or investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount of money from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of saving. You'll never miss it. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where there's greater temptation to spend it all. Keep at least 2 separate accounts where your money can be directly deposited. One account for your regular cash flow needs and another account for your future investment need. At the GSB Cooperative Credit Union, they can assist you to save and invest wisely. For further information, please contact the GSB Cooperative Credit Union at 922-1960-4 or email them at ccentergsbcu.com. Or visit any one of their branches at 20 Dominica Drive in New Kingston or 10 East Avenue in Kingston Gardens. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. You may visit our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Tell me something. This thing with the judge down in Negril, where the hotel refused to accommodate her until the money, the hotel bill was paid, and paid in advance. Now, when that gets around, and places like Standard & Poor's and the rest of them hear about it, what are they going to understand this to mean? A hotel in Jamaica refusing to allow the government credit for something like, well, I don't know whether the $800 would have represented, I doubt that, the 3 weeks, or whatever it is. A Jamaican hotel refusing to give the Ministry of Justice credit for the accommodation of a judge of the High Court. I think we're going to hear some more about that. It's no wonder Dr. Omar Davis is vacating the Ministry of Finance, from what we hear. Okay, hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, sir. How
are you today?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm fine, you know.
Good.
I'm trying to hang on in our nice country, Jamaica.
You're here?
Yes, which is under threat.
You think it's under threat?
Yes, definitely by this government, Mr. Perkins.
Yeah, are you serious?
Yes, man, definitely, man.
Uh-huh.
And let me just draw this to your attention. And I want to use your podium at the same time to inform Jamaican people and Mr. Bill Johnson and Donansis Anderson of the findings of the Parkins Institute of Public Affairs.
Uh-huh.
They state in a column of the Observer, Sunday Observer, May 6, 2007, right? Section 3, the agenda, right? They say that they express deep concern about the deterioration sense of national pride and the evident admission by the country's leadership that we are increasingly unable to operate as a fully independent country.
But look here, sir. When you're talking about that, that, as I was saying a moment ago, when you find an hotel in Jamaica,
yes, that's true,
refusing credit to the Ministry of Justice,
true,
a judge will not be accommodated in the hotel unless the money is paid up front.
You know, this is deplorable, Mr. Perkins, and it's a
It's
shame.
a hell of a state of affairs.
And it's a shame on the government, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Okay.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:16.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back, even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. I got take some heating. KFC, it's finger licking good.
The National Housing Trust wishes to advise its customers that as of Thursday, May 24, the St. Catherine branch office at 16 Martin Street will be closed for business. This is to facilitate our move to our new location at Twickenham Park. The NHT St. Catherine office will reopen for business on Monday, May 28, in a more spacious and convenient location across from the Registrar General's office at Twickenham Park. The NHT apologizes for any inconvenience this closure and relocation may cause.
The Sunday Herald Wheels Auto Show is celebrating 8 years, and we're going to be doing it bigger and better May 19 on the lawns at Devon House, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Come check out the best in the auto and parts industry, auto mechanics, drag racing icons, financiers, and of course the big kahuna in the local industry, Wheels Auto. There's going to be hype, sizzling rides, car sounds, paint designs, high-tech engines, and bodacious babes. Come see the car of your dreams. Happening music, entertainment all day. Admission is free. The Wheels Auto Show 2K7 Devon House, May 19th.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Do you think it possible, sir?
Yeah.
That is why Mr. Nicholson behaves as he did? That he's embarrassed
I have heard on your program,
and worried about the effects on the country's creditors?
I have heard on your program, Mr. Perkins, let me just say something. I've heard on your program, a gentleman called in a few days ago, and he said that these PhDs mean permanent head damage. And I think that gentleman is so correct. I don't think there could any better definition be given for these people who say they are PhDs.
Oh, is that so?
No, Mr. Perkins. Because if we look on this and the article that was written by the Parkinson Institute, right? It is also stating that after 45 years of self-governance,
Yes.
we are unable to control, operate, and provide such essential services as electricity and telecommunication. And we are heavily dependent on foreigners to control crime.
Yes.
To advise on the repairing of defective
But then the
justice
foreigners are not controlling the crime any more than we did.
Exactly. And we are also heavily, right? We are also advised, right, on repairing of the defective justice system, which our learned colleague, Sir A.J. Nicholson, is in charge of.
Yes.
Right? Now, I wonder if he really look into himself, sit down, have a look into these analysis, right, that has been stated in these articles written by these institutes, right? Now, I am wondering if he looks into himself and see what is really happening in this country. Because at the moment, right, we have the Workers' Bank that was, Workers' Bank, Government Savings Bank and all, that is now in the hands of foreigners, right? And these are findings from the Institute, right? And what they're saying is that the Institute take notes of the successful policy of Jamaicanization, which began in the Jamaica Labour Party's administration of 1960. It brought about Jamaican ownership and control of banks, insurance companies, and commercial and industrial entities.
Yes.
Today, it should be cause for alarm that the program is now in the reverse, and the trend indicates a retreat from the national responsibility. The commanding heights are under siege, and even the Farmer Workers' Bank, built by the workers and peasants who put their faith and funds in the old government savings bank, is now in the hands of foreigners.
Yes.
Now, if we reach this state after 45 years, it means that we are reversing then, Mr. Perkins, isn't it?
It sounds like that, doesn't
because then we are not going forward. And if this government wants to move a nation forward, right, I am advising the whole entire government, the entire panel, to do the decent thing of resigning from the government. I don't think they could do anything any better justice to Jamaica than to resign.
I don't think you're going to see that, sir.
Well,
they're hanging on for dear life.
I know they are desperate to hold on to power, but their desperation is being used in reverse psychology because they are using it to say that the opposition is desperate for power. But they think that everyone in Jamaica is stupid and they can trick them. But I have news for them. If they go out here and walk from house to house and from parish to parish and check these people in Jamaica, go wherever they want to go and check them, they'll realize that the people of Jamaica's eyes have been opened.
Then let me ask you something.
Yes.
Where did Mr. what's his name? The pollster.
Oh, Bill Johnson.
No, well, he and
Don Anderson.
Where did they go?
I think they need to check onto these findings. And the reason why I brought their name into this is that they need to check into these findings. And they need to check and see if what they are really publishing is really what the people on the ground of Jamaica is saying.
Oh, I see.
Right?
You think it might not be?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Perkins.
I see.
You cannot go into a place and you sit down and you have poll with 2 and 3 people that are say biased, or I don't want to tarnish anything by saying anything that is derogative in any way. But what I want to say is this, that we have to be careful in these polls because they are very misleading. And we know that our famous pollster, who is so good, went to another country, and the poll was the total opposite of what he predicted. Right? And I don't have to call any name or any country, because the whole entire Jamaica know, plus that country know. Right?
I see.
And I don't have to go there. But, you know, I want to also state this, that we have reached a stage where our Minister of Finance is obliged to sidestep our sovereignty to declare that he cannot share vital information with Jamaican people and Parliament because of restriction by Security and Exchange Commission.
I see.
Regulations laid down by the United States. Now, is this an independent nation, Mr. Perkins, or is this a nation that wants to be independent?
I don't know, sir.
I think we are going back to the days of dependency. Because there can no way we can be going forward. And we are trying to get rid of just about everything that we own. We have a budget with colossal debt burden, right? Billions and billions of dollars is being lost, right? In our country, right? We have these costly overruns that we have no gap to put into them. We cannot stop them, right? We are doing nothing to stop these overruns. And these people want to sit down and manage our affairs, Mr. Perkins. How can you have $10 and every day someone come and take a cent out of it, and you still say you have $10, Mr. Perkins?
Well, you know. All right. Thank you very much.
You have a good day,
All
Mr.
the best
Perkins.
to you. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hi, how are you doing?
Not too bad. Green man for Eastern St. Andrew, sir.
Yes,
how are you doing?
Why, not too bad. How are you?
Chairman, you come down to my place, down at Taban yesterday. And the people, them drive him out of the community.
Who that?
Chairman, you come down there, some girl from Mula come on here road.
You're joking?
Yeah. People, they run him.
You're joking?
Yes, man, serious.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, and I pass him down by Jad Lane, down from Mountain View. I saw right up, then I vote for Chairman, you have to move out of their house. You understand?
Why? Why they have to move out of the house?
Because the man in there threatening them down there.
Threaten them?
Yeah, down at Giant Lane.
Well, that's not good.
You understand?
That's not good.
And Trevor Manuel.
If they want to go to Trevor Manuel, they should be free to do so. But then, if they go into the polling station and vote for Trevor Monroe, why should anybody know? But I suppose they want to campaign on his behalf too.
Good. And yesterday now, Mr. Bartlett walk past and get a good crowd behind him.
Oh, yeah?
And Trevor Monroe come down, which family don't have van? And not even 5 people follow behind him. More than the jing bang from Mula come on.
You're joking.
You understand? And again, Mr. Perkins, I tell you something now. I'm tell you, and we buy me lot last night, but I'm back on my yard. I'm going to the Virgin Carnival for come like buy a conjunction sun liquor. This girl now when you're doing.
That's what?
I'm going to the Virgin Carnival for come like buy a conjunction sun liquor. This girl now when you're doing.
That's what?
I live down the car this too, but the police master does a car out, I'm a car out. You see me? I'm going to go back to my yard, I'm going to then get back and just go easy. So, where is the Trevor man you are going? Nobody now support him. Not even a whole pastor support him. Not even Mona. You understand?
I'll follow you.
You see Peter Philip boy, you know? You see Peter Philip boy, you know? Son?
Yeah.
He now go away. Chairman Joey Bird. He my small sprat. Joey Bird a big shark up out nice sea. You can't manage him. You understand me? So when I tell you know, you see, Trevor Manu, I better stay in there because nobody never votes you know on my place. You know, I get no support.
Yes, but there are other places in the constituency.
Yeah, but people wise up in Mr. Perkins. You understand me? People wise up in people understand. I know what I go on in life from Mr. Perkins. And I want I can treat people $500 and plate of food, you know, sir. That's different, no. I leave it to my lady. Look at what fact you Mr. Thiago Bill.
Yes, all right. I'll tell you what, I'm out of time, eh? Okay. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow. Usual time, usual place, and we look forward to your company. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow. Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.